O God, may your spirit and guidance be in us as we work for the benefit of all our people, for peace and justice in our land, and for the constant recognition of the dignity and the aspirations of those whom we serve. Amen.
Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Mr. Koyanak, we've got government, we've got ting miraling nika havaktot kanok we've got yal knife mitam na ting miral mitchak pag mitchak vingat kon we've got kanok yal knife mi tam na mitchak vik pag kanok havang naktok. We've got Inuit havag kangat una mani niak to yal knife mi kanok we've got a doctor humiglikha tuktot kanok akhralinginik humi kanok likha atokmatat in ukunanik akhralinginik we've got H-160 tamna helicopter nika taihuga tuna tingmiroluk. We've got kanok uktornera to got testing mik taihuga to got kanok pinyaklu. We've got tingmihurat tingmironika tingmihurat tap got kanok look the tam nago Airbus nika taihuga tuna kanok ikayo neligin yakuta kanok leka got kanok koyanak. Una maning nik munakri got government got kanok mani got kanok tam na havaguro na nakuakinyak tap got havag fingat kanok ikayokonak luit kanok leka got tutkikarnak luit kanok leka havag fingat. We've got government, we've got havak parak to kanok we've got Kemil Willigan right kanok tutkikarnak luit nagalunin pipkarnak luit kanok leka nakokinyak luit havak vigat. We've got kanok havak tap got Kemil kanok leka tutkikarnak luit havak vingat government kanok leka tutkikarnak luit nagalunin nakurokun ihuma tam nakurokun havang niak tot. Tap got kanok taiguro gaita kanok leka makpaanik aglagulut kanok ikayornearluit taapkuat havangniartuat qanorliqa ukaat havaktuat maani kavamani qanorliqa tavra ikayornearluit havagvingit ukaat tauqa qanoqa havangniartuat qanorliqa isaaqqiñaarluit tauq ukaat qanoqa tuha hugit taapkuat havaktuat kavamani qanoqa isaaqqiñaarlugit taapkuat havagvingat qanorliqa ikayornearugait qiyanaq housing in WT mi taamna oqallangniartoq ukaat qanoq hakuktaat taapkuat havaktuat qanorliqa ukaat iglunik munaqrit taamna havakparlaginneqqut nakoqqiniarlugu qanorliqa Inuvingni ukaat nakoqqiniarlugu inuit iglungit qanorliqa nakoqqivlugu taamna inuhingat iglungit nakoqqiniarlugu havakkaluartut qanoqqa ukaat havagurutauchikun government tangungitsuat governmangillu uvagullu qanoqqa nakoqqiniarlugu qanoqqa inuit iglungit qanoqqa inuruat taina ukaat housing in WT tavra ikayuiniarurut qanorliqa inuit inuhingit nakoqqiniarlugup tauqqa iglungit qanoqqa inuvingat qanoqqa tutqiqqarniarlugit tavra pihurut ukaat housing in WT tavra ukaat tauqqa piñaaraluarrait ukaat qanoq ukaat apersuirat aglakkun tavra qanoqqa taapkuat apersuirat aglakun ukaat qanorniarlugit ukaat qanoqqa igluqarniartuat iglunik pihuktuat qanoqqa tutqiqqarniarlugit qanorliqa ikayuiniarniginneqqut ukaat tauq qanoqqa igluitsuat naagaluunniin igluqarluartuat tutqiqqarniarlugit taina qanorliqa ikayuiniarliinneqqut ukaat tauqa ukaat qanoqqa ikayu atoqtuat iglunik qanorliqa ukaat tauqa uqalginneqqut taapkuat autsikun taapkuat inuit iglunik atoqtuat naagaluunniin taapkuat malerutaliunnik iglungit malerutaliortut iglunik ukaat tut uktualginneqqut taapkuat qanoq uktuarniaq neqqut taapkuat qanoq atorunaq iglunik ukataqa inuita iglaqartuatingming qanoqqa taamna at uktuarnealiginniqaat qanoqqa havalginniqat tautsikun ukat malrutaliortit iglunik qanoqleqa tapquat inuita inaarni ikajornealiginniqait tapquat qanoqqa tutqikkarniarlugita qanoqinniuhingat ukat qanoq ukat iglunik pihuktuat piqaqtuat qanoqqa taamna tutqikkarnaqqilut tutqikkarnapea kalaartut qanoq ukat qanoqqa tautsikun havangnaqqirut qanoq qoyanaqpaaraq ukat qanoqqa ukat mamaleit qanoqqikayuimata qaliaraq tabaatsamin qallangniartoq qoyanaq taamna Talson hydro expansion immarnikka hakuktaat havaktaat qanoq ukat qanoqqa imanik havaktuat qanoq Talson project miktaihugatuna ukat government qanoqqa 2021 mi aglaktuat qanoqqa pipiarnaq qivlugutaamna qanoqqa havaktuat taamna Talson taam ukat immarnikka qanoqqa hoanguroqpangnikka aullaqanik ukat taamna pihukkaluaritka pipiarnaqqirutaapkuat qanorliqa ikayuorlugitaapkuat inuita aimavimni ukat qanoqqa government qanoq taamna pahinaq qanoqqa taamna havangnaqqiruttaapkuat qanorliqa tutqikkarniarlugit qanoqqa taapkuat atoqtuat taamna taiku piniaqanaqtaamna ikajornaqqirut taapkuat qanoqqa havangniartut taaptuminga hydro project taihugaitainna qanoqqa taamna aqlillaarniarlugu taamna hydro project nik taihugaitukkuat qayanaq Haber South minu qallangniartoq qayanaq ukat ukioqqa uliqpaaraqmat qanoqqa Hay River mi qanoqqa ukat ilulit qanoqqa got kanok tutkikarnak kirit got kanok ikoyornak kirit kanorleka tap to me iglungit
Valley, along with Lot 13 and 15 on Riverview Drive. Both locations saw water levels exceeding 7 feet. Because of this, affected residents do not understand or do understand that it is not realistic or practical to rebuild on the site as the costs would be too prohibitive while residents' safety would
got ulik parak got iglungit hekumaligin got hekemut hekumitat tutkikarnak kirit kanorleka ikayornak kigait tap got kanok havang niak patit kanok got kanok government magot kanok niak patit tap got got inuit kanok ilungit nagalunin kanorleka pimmata got ulek pangmata kanok tutkikarnak kigaloakait tap got kanok kanok kabautarinya patigit kanok maka ikayorniak patigit kanok koyanak Great Slave minukalang niak tok koyanak got kanok havang mata maga got ingming kanok havakaming ingming nikab got kanok got kanok
this reality. How many federal dollars have we missed because we do not position our projects to be shovel-ready in an efficient manner? When the government does not issue RFPs early enough in the spring for summer work, industry is not able to move fast enough to staff up and bring materials in. This leaves the North behind on important projects, Mr. Speaker. Just look at the delays to our current infrastructure projects, delays that have left $500 million of federal funding.
got $500 million dun atuligin niya kanok tap got tutkikarnak tugit kanok havak pangnik pirot got kanok maning nikat ato mata kanok got kanok leka got doktor kanok pinyak pat kanok isok kinyak parung kanok doktor ukonanik higlunik pinyak tot kanok kayanak Yunak pud mi. Kuyanak. Bill 60 down now kakildang niyariga. Kanok tam na carbon tax miktayo tam na pifar na maning pifar na kung kuwata kanok 15% ham aglip alilinya kota kanok hokinyuitaina pivatigita kanok ukot inyuitamani harite tapkot aimavimni kanok pinyakpat hok tainakpat gavamat inyuituva aimavimni huichit ukot kanok ukororak una kanok angunearneak to tamna ukororak pikparanak tok. Okay, government
highest price of food index in the Northwest Territories. Over 50% of Nunukput residents are worried about having enough money to buy food and provide for their families, Mr. Speaker. We have to hunt, again, to put food on the table. It's our culture, our way of life. Hunting is our household.
hukot angunearmata tabra inyuit tabra atoruga tam nag ukororak hintam na akilipel laktok akilip hukot tau ka iglungit tabra inyuit tabra taay mabimni nakungit kalok to di tutkikaranak kigalok to tapkot kanorleka inyunak tot ay mabimni hanugu kapau kalok tunga taiku.
Unanimous consent to conclude a statement. Are there any nays?
Kafarnek tok. Ukot mani chutay mabimni kanok inyunak tot kanorleka tapkot federal government ikayungitchit ikayungitchit kanok inyunak pat ay mabimni kanok tapkot carbon tax nik ukaruru tapkot ukororonik isyanik kanok akilifarnak tam na pihungit kalarit ka kuyanak frame lake min February 3rd 2023 tam na kanok kemilagwinyak dinginyak kot kanok tap kot kanok kapkotak pagnik pinyaligin kot kanok pihukkalok tutay na apkotak pagnik uhima tapkot nakohinyak tot kanok nakokinyak tot kanok leka tamna havak tot chikun havak pay tapkot kanok March 8 tapkot ukot tapkot tau ka tutuvait kanok tutkig nak kigalak tutapkot February 1st kanok tapkot kanok tam na apkotek pang pinyak kigalak tut kanok ikayorlugit tapkot kanok inyunaktot kanorleka tamna ukatoka tutuvaita anu apirrui farnertunga kuyanak kuyanak Inuvialuktun Lakes kuyanak una tamna carbon tax mik tai hugay tu kota kanok akilifarnak governmentunun kot kanok ikayorlernak toqa qirok taimna inyungnik tapkot atoktot kanorleqa tamna tapkot federal government tutaqa ikayuingitchut kanorleqa inyuniarmata inuit mani inunaptingni Canada me kanok tapkot toqa aglilaq qata una kanok tormata akilifarnak government carbon tax niktai hugay tukot kanok ukot kanok ukot kanok tapkot ikayornak qigati tapkot kanok government mag ikayornak qigati kanok kanok tapkot hakuk havaktot kanok ukot ikayornak qigati kanok inyuniartogut kanok pinyak pati tapkot carbon tax niktai hugay tukot akilifarnak governmentunun kanok ukot carbon tax April 1st 2023 tapkot pinyak tut federal government tapkot government lunin ukot kanok pinyak pat kanok havagnak pat kuyanak Cam Lake min kalangnak tak kuyanak ukot ukeok tamna popular inyung nika inuit aulaktot 900 tun kanok 400 ting tapkot kairot maungaktot kanok nunapting nun kanyak kairot kanok habautarinyak habautarinyak kirita kanorleka ikayornak luidinuit mani nunapting ni itot kanok ukot miklirit kanok inuit mani itot tamna kanok ukot tapkunanik tok inyarnik ikayornak kirit kanok 2023 tamna havaktot ukot nutakkatok ikayornak kirit kanok iliarnaktot kanok ikayornak kirit tapkot nutakkatluni nakalunin inuit manitot inyungnik ikayornak kirot kot kanok Hok Inuit Aulakpat Maning Manga Inuit Nunaptingning. Hok Aulakpat Inuit Manga Inunaptingning. Kanok isok kinyak padung tayo na habang niyak to kanok isok kinyak padung kinyak ano kapar niyak to nga. Tuniday wali dayo kakaniyak to. Kinyak kakti. Una tam na ukiyok man kay man ukiyok put paklaru putam na ukiyok charman kanok carnival nika tayo na bihurut kanok bakla na tam na kanok pirak para mata kanok leka tam na kanok leka pek para urut pirak para urut kanok kubenak kanak tilu tam na kanok paglak kaming tam na pinakamun. Tayo kay kafe, kay kufi, inipting nun kanok pirak na. Kay laruhi kanok inipting nun ugat April 8, May, tam na 9 and 10 May, lutsal kemi, ugat kanok pirak pangniak tutam na lutsal kemi kanok leka kuvea hungnak tam na kanok pirak niak tot kanok Inuit humilya kaileruhi kamit kaiki kamit kuyanak.
Thank you, Member for Tuniday Welde. Member statements. Member for Mumfui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kuyanak akakti. Humilaka tapkwat iglut Inuit Aimarvit iglut tapkwat utakkanat tamna kange haru tut ilat nilu ilat
Rather, only renters.
Ugat iglu kaktot na iglunika atoktot kanok pinyak patugot ikayon na kiritap kot kanok leka ilang itinuit iglunika including
Communities. The only thing is that these organizations do not wish to do this work unless the ownership of these homes are transferred away from Housing NWT. Yet, Mr. Speaker, it seems for some reason that Housing NWT is either resistant or hesitant or both in letting these housing units go. As I understand, as I understand it, housing index
Gangakirunga damna housing. Ekirut dabgot Housing Corporation. Ekirut dabgot Inuit.
it is also
Got iglunik kanok akilifarnak got kanok nekpat kanok ikayornek patitap got Inuit igluni itot. Anu ukapau kaloktunga. Ukapalang nektukuna. Jane Wyland. O God, kanok ikayornek patitap got kanok ikayornek patitap got Inuit itot igloalungni. Kanok ikayornek patit. Kanok tap got igloalungnik ay chonak kiritinyung nun. Kanok leka ikayorluit Inuit. Tap got tangung itchot kavamalgitok tap got anu kap apekri farnak tunga kuyanak. Yellowknife Northman. Kuyanak. Doctor aganat kanok tap got aganat got aganat ikayornak kanok pink taxes miktayugait akiliyanak kavamanun kanok got na reactor na nagaluin ninyo dakakaktot kanok ikayornak kirut tap got aganat kanok tap got ikayornak kirut tap got aganat kanok inyuniaktot. British Columbia mi tain habang nekot kanoleka ikayorlugi tap got aganat kanok tap got ikayornak kirut aganat anu pekri farneriga kuyanak na hendemin. We got post office, tap got kanok bekaktet post office nik, tap got kanok aglang nik tuyurot kanok atoknak tamna. Kanok ilang ita inarit huichut tayin na hinik huichut kanok post office nik tayo hugay to got kanok time na ila ni pilay chut ila ni aglang nik pilay chut kanok time na tayo na pinyakigalak to post office nik tayo na kanok tuyong aglang nik kanok ikayornak higay tap ko at inyo nektar tinarani kanok got kanok Kanok ingliran aglang tuyururot kanok ingliran tainarurot kanok pa aglan ublubak tap kunanika pekau kolok tuta kanok post office tiktai hugay dikot kanok kanok kayo na kigalok tutap kot aglang tuyururot nagalunin kai kaming tap kot kanok kot kanok pinyak kigalok tut kayanak.
Thank you, Member for Nahende. Member statements. Member statements. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Yellowknife Center.
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to be joined today by the NWT Senior Society here at
Dom red ukat taiko kai kapimanga kanok ukat kai kapi taiko agat taina kanok tai kapi ukat kai kapi taiko kayanak. Here North kalang diakit tap got ilichakilang narit ka Vice President Senior Society got kayanak kai kamit. Huwag ka kai kapit tayo ilichakilang narit tap got board member niktay hugay to got kanok ugat malirotaliok tut kanok tayo kai kapimanga kuyanak.
For Thabacha, recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Inuvialuktun Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to recognize Elizabeth Kanezi, a constituent of Inuvialuktun Lakes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ilichoray kikaw na Elizabeth Kanisi inuving me. Taiko. Arlene Hansen walk Pulaktok una. Elizabeth Kanisi lu. Akapirut damna visitor gallery me. Kuyanak kai cafe una. John Hazenberg, treasurer of Yellowknife Center. Kuyanak kai cafe. Nahende kaktok no connectok. Ili Marianne Kazan damna mumekti. Tapquat ili churikat visitor gallery me akapirot. Kuyanak tukt. Tapgot. Ilitsuneaktut tapgot pulaktit. Taiko kaya na kaya kafitamna. Retired public servant me. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Kamlik.
That's good.
Here River South me kok nektok. Ilitsoy Martina Norwegian, Fort Simpson me, NWT Senior Society Kairat, Koyanak, Here River South, Frame Lake Oka, Okang Nektok, Tapgot, Inuvialuktun, Nakurat, Board and Staff Senior Society, Akapirot Damna Gallery me, Koyanak Pakai Cafe. Una okakti ilitsurik ka John Norbert sikichik me. Ariga pek havak parak doak una John Norbert. Koyanak parak kitpin havak kat havak baktit. Ariga kai kafi ilikati. Ilikahi kai kafi. Koyanak.
On the review of bills, reports of committees on the review of bills.
We've got Malero Ukarillag Nearait, Yellowknife Northmin Karnakto. Kuyanak. We've got Hanok Habak government. Hanok Ugat government Habak Hanok Pinyalin Yarait. Hanok Ugat 30% in Habak Tain government money. Ugat Tango Richard Habak Parak to Tain government money. Taiku got 19th Assembly na Kanok Habak Kanok Hibun York Kanok 2020-21 tap got Habak Kanok Noko Kanyak Lugit Kanok Tamna Pinyak recommendation Niktai Huge to got Kanok Kanok Pulao Rutana in our nun Kanok Tutkakarnak Lugit Kanok Habak Luding got Kanok got Kanok Kanok about the Kanyak Lugit Nako Kanyak Lugit Kanok Habak government. Got Habak government. Kanok Tutkakarnak Lugit Kanok Habak ukatai ko baraka tautimun katinapti kanoka kanorlekau kaluita timata ukot tapkot uktoanerluit kanorleka habakamin tako kinyarluit kanorleka ukat kanoka affirmative action miktahuget kanoka to ukat mani nunapting ni ito at ikayonerluit habang mata ukat 1989 mitam na isagot tirak kanoka tutkikarnerluit kanoka pipkarnerluit inuit tapkot tangungitchat habaktot ikayornerluit tapkot ukat kanoka ukat tabar affirmative action miktahugat una kanoka ikayornerluit inuitan ngungitchat mani nunapting ni nagalunin mani nunapting ni itat mani
comply with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. The review of the policy needs to align with other cabinet policies, as suggested in Recommendation 4 of the Special Committee on Reconciliation and Indigenous Affairs report. The affirmative action policy is a key mechanism to achieve reconciliation. It is about the livelihood
ukat kanoka kangikinyaichita ukat kanok ukat habaktot kanorleka ukat kanoka ikayornerluit tapkot habaktot tangungitchat na kalunin mani anirot 28.8% dun tabra inuit habang nekota mani kanoking government inuit tangungitchat tabra habang nekota ukat inuit habang nektot ikayornakigalaktot kanorleka tapkot malerotalinik pihurat kanorleka ikayornerugay tapkot inuit tangungitchanik ukat kuyanak tabachamino kayanak ukat kanok tangungitchat tabra habang nakir tapkot kanok tapkot government got government tapkot ikayornakir tapkunin inyong tapkot habang nektot tangungitchat nagalunin mani anirot Ugot kanok tanungit siya habang mata ugot ikaya ko nakirit kalwaktit kanok wala ka. Ugot kanok ikayo nakirit ugot kanok tanungit siya ugot inuit. Ugot affirmative action policy miktay hugay tan kanok tanungit siya ikayo naklitin kavamat. Ugot tanungit siya habang nakirit kanok government kanok leka. Kanok tap ko da pikri faganak kanok leka ikayo nakiritaw tap ko da kanok agling ni ka pikri kakliting kanok leka ikayo nakiritaw tap ko da ingi kri faganak kuyanak.
Public description of the appeal process. The right to appeal allows the appellant to bring forward their view on a decision, and an appeal can result in reversing a decision. Committee heard that since 1967, over time, non-Indigenous employees have fine-tuned the governmental operation to put their own people into the government, leaving Indigenous people out. Such loss of trust flags the urgent need to lay the groundwork for building confidence and assurance that Indigenous participation will increase in the public sector. The Union of Northern Workers can also play a role in imparting trust in the public sector by looking after their employees with the Indigenous complaints process. Indigenous employees need to know that
ikayo nakigalakto tap ko ikayo lugit tap ko tanungit siya habak to at kavamani.
that establishes a mechanism empowering Priority 1 candidates with the ability and enough time to appeal a hiring decision before a job is offered to
Kanok habang mata tap ko at kanok apekrinyak appeals nik tahugay ko at apekri faganak kanok kanok habang matatabra ikayo nakigalak tit kot tayo at tayo na.
This on to the MLA for Inuvialuktun Lakes.
Thank you, member for Thabacha. Member for Inuvialuktun Lakes.
Minimum representation in the public service and agencies. Beginning on April 1st, 2023, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources and the Department of Lands will amalgamate into a new Department of Environment and Climate Change. With this change, 4 Assistant Deputy Minister positions will be transferred from the existing departments. Additionally, to align with the Indigenous Recruitment and Retention Framework, Senior Departmental Management decided to create a new ADM position, which will be a regional position intending to be an Indigenous pathway position that supports Indigenous people moving into senior management. As an
Ikayonak tutap kat taningitut havakatit damna GNWT ikayo kat tap kat taningitut taningitut tap kat
affirmative action policy has been actively applied to public boards, such as the Northwest Territories Power Corporation, for example, or other arm's length boards and agencies. Therefore, to ensure that all NWT public boards and agencies have some degree of Indigenous representation, committee finds it necessary that all such organizations must establish a minimal level of Indigenous representation within the overall makeup of their board of directors. Given this uncertainty about whether affirmative action policy has been actively applied to all NWT agencies, committee wants assurance that this is being done. Therefore, committee considers it essential to explicitly urge that the government to direct all NWT agencies to apply the affirmative action policy with all employee hiring decisions. Recommendation number 4. Committee recommends that the GNWT, for the purpose of capacity building, make it a standard policy to ensure that an Indigenous person consistently occupies at least 1 Assistant Deputy Minister position with all departments, consistently staffs all regional supervisor position with Indigenous employees, promotes and requires where possible that all public boards and agencies have a minimal level of Indigenous representation within the overall makeup of their board of directors, and requires where possible for agency to invest in hiring Indigenous employees and follow the affirmative action policy. Attracting Indigenous professionals to return to the NWT. Committee heard that there is a general sentiment among many residents in the small communities and regional centres that there is a disconnect between the capital city and everywhere else when it comes to hiring Indigenous professionals into the public service. Many people said that the capital, as headquarters of human resources, must do a better job at outreach to the communities when filling job vacancies. People living outside of Yellowknife told committee that the GNWT must make changes to its recruitment practices in attracting and hiring Indigenous professionals from the small communities and regional centres. Therefore, committee recommends that the GNWT create and conducts an extensive outreach campaign that targets all NWT residents who are studying outside of the NWT and encourages them to work for the public service. Committee wants to see more incentives offered to students who return to the Northwest Territories. All hiring managers should be made aware of this outreach campaign. Recommendation number 5. Committee recommends that the GNWT attract Indigenous professionals with roots and relations in the NWT to take public service positions within the GNWT by creating an outreach campaign targeting NWT residents studying outside the NWT, offering incentives to returning students, and requiring that hiring managers are aware of the campaign. Hiring practice and job competitions. Submissions and feedback to committee included recommendations for the GNWT review hiring practices and job competitions. Committee heard that the application of equivalencies and competitions seem arbitrary. Applicants do not know when equivalencies are used in screening and interviews. When equivalencies are applied, there is no known formula for how they are applied. Committee understands applicants with equivalencies like Indigenous knowledge and experience in the NWT communities have inherent value to the GNWT, regardless of which jobs are applied to. Many residents requested more transparency of the competition process, including transparency during a competition. The interview process was also mentioned as an intimidating, non-transparent. Practically speaking, the government has far to go to meet its goal of removing system barriers by establishing appropriate non-inflated education and experience requirements across all job descriptions. Recommendation number 6. Committee recommends that the GNWT and all departments update job descriptions of all public service positions to ensure the inclusion of value statement which affirms the importance of Indigenous knowledge and community experience. Update the job information section of all job descriptions to ensure that only plain language is used, and ensure that job information section provides
Kanoka ikayornearlugitap kot havangneartot kanoleka ukot pinya tamna pinyarlugitap tutkikarnearlugit kanoka ukot kanoka havaktot kamlek muna tuyorneriga ay chorneriga kamlek mun kanok ukot okarigaitap kot tangungichot havangnernik kot kanorleka havangnertot tangungichot ikayornearlugit kanorleka Tauchikun havangnertot tap kot HR Human Resources niktahu tamna kanoka ikayuhurot havangnermata inuit kanorleka tangungichonika havaktinnearlugit tap kot kanoka ikayornearlugit tap kot affirmative action miktahuga tamna
Develop and follow succession planning guidelines, maintain and share internal position tracking, track and share information about transfer assignments and/or promotions, ensure that departmental succession planning is informed by employees' goals and expectations by connecting with development goals expressed by employees in the annual performance appraisals. Ensure that all Indigenous employees in senior management positions are well supported by their supervisors and are given training opportunities that are suited to the employees' interests and career goals. Create a mechanism to ensure Indigenous employees and applicants receive preferred and priority hiring when replacing outgoing employees leaving the public service. 7. Ensuring employer performance and improving retention. Committee is concerned that the GNWT currently does not include exit interviews as an important source of information to inform Indigenous employee retention, succession, and workforce planning. For employees, an exit interview is an opportunity to offer suggestions and feedback in areas the employer needs to improve. For the employer, exit interviews help the organization learn why employees choose to leave and gain insight into the employee's experience during the time of employment. Committee considered that exit interviews are good corporate practice. The structure and timing of exit interviews can be well adjusted to situations. The structure of these interviews can be open, for example, to allow the employee to speak about matters of choice. The timing can also be flexible and be of the employee's choice or held 6 or more months after the employee has left. For the government to understand where improvements are needed, getting feedback from past employees is a most valuable source of information that should not be ignored. Committee recommends that the GNWT develops an exit interview process with Indigenous employees that is non-threatening and culturally safe. Further, committee heard from witnesses that an increasing number of Indigenous persons have no desire or aspiration to be employed by the GNWT. Similarly, committee also heard of a growing sentiment among Indigenous employees who are deciding they no longer want to work for the public service. The reasons for this are varied, but overall, witnesses said This is primarily because many Indigenous employees do not feel valued, supported, respected, or even trusted by some of their colleagues and/or supervisors. Recommendation 8. Committee recommends that the GNWT requires all departments to conduct exit interviews with all Indigenous employees, including interns and summer students, ensures exit interviews with Indigenous employees leaving a department are conducted by Indigenous staff of the Diversity and Inclusion Unit, requires all public service annual reports include a section with an analysis of why Priority 1 employees are leaving the public service. 8. Incentives to attract, train, and retain youth and students. Committee heard loud and clear that I'm reading somebody else's part. Mr. Speaker, I would like to pass to the member for Tune-a-Day-Well-a-Day to complete reading this report.
Tune-a-Day-Well-a-Day wakalang niyaktok. Kata. Ukat kanok ikayo niya kahit tap ko tanong itshot habang niyaktot kavamani. Kanok lekay ikayo niyakluit. Lihak tot tap ko Ardy College min lihanik tot kami kanok gavamanun habaktin niyakluiti. Habaktin niyakluit tap ko gavamanun. Nudi chip kait got kanok lihanik tot ni. Kanok lekay kayo niya kay tap ko lihanik tot kanok gavamanun itiniyakluit tap ko gavamanun habang niya habak kukay tap ko kanok gavamani. Got habang niyak tot kanok lekay kayo niyakluit. Tap got tanong itshot.
Employee potential targeting one designated employee in the department. Committee looked to the existing diversity inclusion unit and the recently created Indigenous patient advocates position. Committee heard from people in all regions about the need for more support to be made available for Indigenous employees in the public service. As a result, committee considered the new position should be created that is dedicated solely to providing additional support and guidance to Indigenous employees to help them flourish in their jobs. To accomplish this, committee suggests that the government use a newly created Indigenous patent advocate position with the Department of Health and Social Services as a template for establishing new advocate position offered to Indigenous employees in the public service. In addition, committee finds that the best avenue to provide additional support to Indigenous employees is to work with the existing Indigenous.
Ikayo niya ako'y uway tap ko tanong itshot Inuit. kanorleka taima kaming liha kaming min kanoka taina ikayornearuga ita havaktinnearlug ita kavamoni. Riley Johnson, una kalangnertok, Yellowknife North. O got housing and education tahugai to got kanok igilunik kanok kanok tao kalihakanaktot kanok pihugai to got igilunik iglukaktot makwa inuit kanok pinyarurut havang nerurut kanok got kanok government makot ikayornak kigay tap got inuit havang nertot got igilunik tao pipkarlu itap got inuit pinyartot got mani nunapting ni Yellowknife mi hamma akitchapelak toka kanok inunik mani got kanok pinyak but kanok havaktinnearlug itao tap got inuit got ilihanik tot ikayornak kigay tap got ohima tap got kavamani havang nertot got kanok kanok igilianak to time tap got tao ikayornak kigay tap got pianik tot ilihanik tot kanok got tutkikarnearlug itap got inyuniak tot kanok ilihanik tot kanok ikayorlig ita tap timani havaktinnearlug itap got kavamani kanok ikayornak kigay tap got tanngungitsadu got havang nertot ikayornak kigaloarait Tavrocha paurait tap got kanok tanngungitsad havang nertot ikayornerlug itap got kanorleka malerotalio nika una uming matkunenika malerotalio nika got pinyarlugit ikayornerlug tap got ikayuiniartot kanok tap got ikayuiniartot tap got got tanngungitsad havaktichiklu ita na qarloartut kanok kuyanak.
Member for Yellowknife North. Member for Yellowknife North.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Thabacha, that Committee Report 51-19, Brackets 2, Standing Committee on Government Operations Report on Indigenous Representation in the Northwest Territories Public Service be received by the Assembly and moved into Committee of the Whole for further consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Bill 51-19 Brackets 2 will be referred to Committee of the Whole. Reports of Standing and Special Committees. Reports of Standing and Special Committees. Returns to oral questions. Returns to oral questions. Acknowledgements. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday in the House, the
Got habak mangnik munakira kanok Tolson higher expansion mikova kanok imakanik hangarok pagnik ikayunak. Got kanok minita ko na kanok pa. Kuyanak. Infrastructure munakri, habak pagnik munakri, Salt River First Nation tap got Salt River First Nation nik got habak got kanok tap got habak pagnik pirot. Kanok Ukautenik got Kitka got Salt River First Nation got Koyanak got Kanok Tamna got Kanok Tamna Havangnak Patamna Pingichat Tamna Uktarnak project miktai hugay got kanok pinyak kanok pinyak pat kuyanak itay na ukautin ka ugot South River First Nation ukautin nikit ka kanok nak tilan nga kuyanak. Kanok tamna okronika atonay kanok tamna green project miktay hugay kanok habang niyak patigitay na koyanak Itaber tamna tay kanok habang niya kapta tay na green project niktay hugay to got kanok okrora nika adonayak kanok tutkikanak luit kanok leka habak pang nikatong mata kuyanak. God force mitam na hikayo na alak tuta kanok tamna atong matigitap got Tolson Hydro Project tamna kanok una ukto na kanok habang na kanok Kokaniak patigitam na kanok tutkikaniak lugitay Taiku. Koyanak. Tamna ikayago na tap got Fort Smith muted kanok ikayorluita kanok tamna atorniak matkutap got kanok thousand hydro project tamna koyanak Haver South minukalang niaktok tamna ulik para mata Haver mi kanok tamna Inuvialuktun
health and quality of life. And each of these items, each of these areas come with a cost financially, emotionally, physically, and mentally. And as well, Mr. Speaker, the building season in Hay River is short. So it's very important that the Minister and his department connect with those parties that I mentioned in my statement, because they need to get after their solutions to mitigate current and future damages. So, Mr. Speaker, will the Minister confirm, does the federal government's disaster financial
maning nikagayorna kigay tapkot kanorleka ikayorna kigay tapkot init kuyanak okakti ukat kanok kanok ikayorna kagwat tutkikarnak mat ukat igluting kanok kanok ikayornak ugay tapkot igluting tutkikarnak matigit kuyanak
Has the Minister considered property acquisitions as a mitigation option for Hay River residents? And who would be responsible for purchasing the properties? Would it be the GNWT or community government? Because in some of the areas, we're talking about leased land and title land. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the GNWT disaster assistance policy does not have a provision for buyouts, but there is existing provisions that achieve similar results. The decision on whether to rebuild in the same location or in different location is one that is made by the property owner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With anticipated increase in climate change driven disasters, the GNWT and other provincial territorial governments are exploring bio options, but this approach has significant implications for communities and residents, and further policy work will need to be undertaken in consultation with community governments in this approach. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's important that this government connect with the people that have been impacted, because they're sitting back there and they are dealing with pathfinders and other people as well who are doing a great job. But at the end of the day, they want to be able to hear from the minister, hear from deputy ministers as well. So will the minister commit to a face-to-face meeting with those residents of Paradise Valley and the Riverview Drive property residents to hear concerns and solutions on how to move these files forward? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister responsible for MACA.
Katitiniak tuut tamna ilihau ukiga.
Of these discussions with individuals, this is normally an operational matter that's better addressed by residents with municipal and community affairs directly. However, in saying this, I have received a number of letters from residents in those two locations, and as well with numerous conversations with the MLA from Hay River North and Hay River South about the importance of me getting in there and having that.
Committee members, Dabquat, Hay River Milu, Fort Smith Lu.
Both MLAs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Apechruat. Apechruiga Premier. Damna apkotit hila all-weather road mik diorat. Madam Premier, Minister of Infrastructure, Giunera. Daiko, Koyanak.
Of the
Damna apkotikpak.
While the recently announced Regional Strategic Environmental Assessment is coordinated and conducted by Canada, the federal minister's decision clearly respects that existing projects can and will continue.
Kanoka damna apkotikpangnika pirok. Kanoka tutkikarnak. Koyanak. Taiku mini daktaina. Good. Got slave geological damna kapkodak pak kanok havang mata kanorleka tutkikarnak havaw tariligit kaitaina kanok maning nika pekakpat kanok adokpat kanok adokpat taina damna apkodak pak havang mata koyanak $40 million ham atornearaloaq ta kanok tapgot damna geological damna apkodak pak kanok havang mata March 31st 2024 may nutkarneaq tok damna banning niya damna 25 kanok havang mata damna maning nika ukot damna havaw tarigaloa at 19th Assembly mi ukot uvani iglokpak pang mi koyanak ukot kanok taina makperanik pinyaru kemilruing mondi magita tapkot kanok leka taina pinyaralo tuta kanok damna apkodak paita tapkot tutkikarnak kigaloa ita kanok ikayakalugit inuit mani nunapting niya kayanak tam na INR pinyaktok kayanak ugat kanok tam na apkotak apkotak kanok kanok leka atomating tam na atonak tam na kanok all weather road niktay hugay tuna apkotak pinyak kangat kayanak got kanok got ugat kanok ikayo nakigalo ay tap got tutuvay to kanok kanok ikayo nakigay tap got tam na kanok ikayo nakigay tap got ninapting ni tap got tutuvay habakkalak tutay na kanok leka ikayo naklugitap got tutuvay ta kanok inyunak matamani nunapting ni kanok nakaluting ito kanok pinyakalo tap got nakaluting ito kanok
and Nunavut to minimize the effect of development across the range of shared herds. ENR works with Mountain Provincial Diamonds to pilot the use of the mobile caribou conservation measures in the field and working with Blue Star Gold.
Kanok tap got tutuvay nakaluting ito kayanak got habak pangnik munakrit kanok habak patap got kanok about the river drink tayo na habak pangnik pinyak tot kanok habak pangnik habang mata ugat kanok leka munakrinya o iputa kanok leka habang mata kayanak kanok habak pat kanok habang mata pinyak pat habak pangnik pinyak mata kanok habang mata habak pat kanok maning nik pinyak pat kanok kuyanak kanok leka ikayo naklugit tap got habak pangnik havaktot kanok time na maningnik daw ka tautung nak munari nak hidut munari huray to.
I'm glad to hear that the Minister's department is doing something. Can the Minister advise if her department is examining the cost-benefit of pre-purchasing and shipping materials in ahead of time for future projects? So not only looking to maximize benefits by sharing between projects, but also being planning or pre-planning, proactive to see whether or not materials could be brought in at the time that the winter roads are in place or the barging is happening so that they're ready to go once the ground thaws and work can be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave, Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, throughout the fiscal process, we do our capital plans in the fall so that contracts can be in place in time for summer.
Ukat muna nyak tuta kanok tap kat umiyak pagpay ta aulam mata kanok muna nyak tuta kat tao ka kanok aulam mata tap kat kanok tap kat kanok havang nyak tot kanok leka muna nyak tuta Honyak mata koyanak. Ukata kanoka ukauti ukau
come out until April, they have missed the window for winter roads. And you know, knowing how the barging goes, I doubt many private industry wants to rely on that. So.
Kanok havagu but tain havak pangnik pinyag mata koyanak ukat havak pangnik munakri koyanak katimahuru kanok huk kanok Okarehu putam tam na kanolaka kanok pinyak mata kanok havak pangnika pinyak tot kanok igilinik napay niyak tot kanolaka tay na havaguru tay ko kuyanak apekruin niyak to kigatam na maningnik manakwe kanok ukat kanok Inuit mang aulaktot kanok pinyak patit kanok manaribatigit kanok hukap daw kanok una muna kanyak to kanok kanok habak parakalak tut kanok tiguminiak luitap kot inyita mani aulakanak tot kanok habak parakalak tut kamilawek parak tut kanok mga aulaktin luit kanok Tingum miliak luit Inuit mga aulaktin na kaya na kanok una minita ka pinyak pa kanok kayo nayak patik tap ko Ukataw ka kanok aulaqniartugit kanok hawk qimilruiernaqqiluta kanok hawk aulaqpat hawk aulaquvat naagalunin kanok manit manit arniartot kanok uqautiligit kanok qimilrui niaq qiluta tapkot inuit aulaqulut kanok ukataw ka hawk aulaquvat inuit maanga hawk maniingerpat qimilruirugaluartu taglan hawk aulaquvat qanorliqa manit niaraluarip ka aglan aulaqulut qiinaq kanok maaninunaptingni hamma nakugaluartoq maaninunap kanok inuuniaq vikmaanin nakuuruq hamma qole naqqigaluartuat kanok ilitsuip qarluit inuitaapkuat taavani haaruq kanok maani nunapput nakuuruq inuuniarvignik inuuniarvigmi maani nunaptingni innaqaluartoq qiinaq.
But I do think there's some more looking that needs to be done at what was done before. Did it have the impacts we wanted it to before we necessarily commit to another marketing campaign? That said, Mr. Speaker, the days of social media certainly have evolved, so I do hope that there's some room here where we can give a better response and a more positive response to that question in the coming time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Kamlik.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do remember that campaign. I remember it being based on different people in the territory who were from different regions across Canada, and their faces were plastered in their hometown, and it was so-and-so moved to the Northwest Territories kind of thing. So can you, is my memory of that campaign, come make your mark in the territory just like your friend from your own community did. But I don't move somewhere or have an idea of moving somewhere, and I've been here a long time, I'll admit that. But it's because I love the North, and you don't generally decide to uproot your entire family because Jim or Bob or so-and-so lives there. It's something else is attracting you there that talks to you and what that place has to offer for you. And so I think that there's room for us to really sell all that the Northwest Territories has to offer, especially with some of the changes that have happened in the territory, and also some of the things that have been here for absolutely ever that we want to be able to share with the world. But my last question for the Minister, Mr. Speaker, is when people visit an NWT tourism booth, and I believe that there was an NWT tourism event here in Yellowknife right before the pandemic that we all got to go to, and there was a 3D experience. There was a beautiful, massive, I think 20-foot booth that people could go and really experience the Northern Lights. It was a very interactive experience, and it's exciting. And then you walk up to a human resources booth, and it's generally an 8x8 booth. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't really sell it. It's got two people standing there, and if you want to ask questions, you can. So will the GNWT really take after Tourism NWT and create some exciting booths that actually sell the territory when they go to these events. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Kamlik. Minister responsible for finance.
Kiulang naktok na maning ni kamunakre. Ugat NWT kanok pulak takto ta mao nga inipting nunapting nun. Kanok kai parnak luit kanok leka init pulak tinyak luit kanok leka habang nakigalak tuit. Kanok ikayor luit inuit kanok tautuk tiluit kanok mani nunapting ni nunaput Inuvialuktun kanok kuinak. Inuvialuktun lakes mina kalang na kuinak. Ugat apekroy hukalok tung kanok ugat kanok leka humigileka apekroy hukalok tung ugat kanok tap kanok hunyak pata ugat atungit padrong tam na carbon tax kanok tam na akilifar na government kanok tap got federal tax, tap got federal government atoruga, tapihuga, na kanok mani ni chokoli, kanok naak padit. Kanok manit atorunak padit, kanok tap tumuna carbon tax mix. Tahu time nak akilifar nak kabaman. Kanok tap got habang takanya parang kuyanak. April 1st, me tap got kanyak tuktam na carbon tax nik tahugay tam na akilifar na government. Kanok pinyak padrong tam na kanok maungitpan kanok atungit parang tam na carbon tax nik tahugay kanok naak pat atungit parang tan na kuyanak. Ugat kanok Habang tarigalari putain na kanok habang niyang matatiguta tam na carbon tax una kilifar na government ng kanok leka about tarigalari puta kanok leka kanok kanok leka hakuta tarigalari tam na kanok ikayor na akligit mani nunapting ni inuit kanok akilyar na inak kanok ikayor na akligit tayo kuyanak Twin Lakes kuyanak kanok ihmaliw ko naktam na kanok pigaloktok aglan tayo na tabra kuyanak Tuniday Waliday. Got kanok habek niya kaloktok aglan habang naktok. Got inyar ni tap got Fourth resolution tap got government o got pirak para kanyak to kanok leka pirak to kai kufia kai nyerok
Thank you. No questions for anyone. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support Emily Cleveland's ongoing efforts to make sure we increase our population, but I don't want to do that on the backs of unplanned pregnancies, Mr. Speaker. And especially, I think unplanned teen pregnancies are a reality in the North, and we all know that they have long-term consequences, and people, may not have access to the contraception to make their own choices. And so my question, seeing now that BC has provided universal contraception, is this something that the Minister of Health supports? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I certainly support BC doing this. However, the NWT has only less than 1% of BC's population. And so it would be difficult for us to roll out a universal contraception program right here, right now. But there's an election coming up, so it could be an election issue.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think what would be helpful in making an election issue is just a few facts. And so whenever we talk about extended benefits in this territory, it's extremely complicated, as the Minister is well aware. We got Métis benefits, we got NIHB benefits, we got GNWT benefits, and we got a new extended benefits program rolling out as we speak. So I'm wondering if the Minister could take back and perhaps do an analysis of what this would actually cost and who presently does not have access to some sort of contraception coverage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what I can tell you now about the inventory is that adult and youth residents of the
hanyak tot kanok ay kayo nakigalo ay got kanok pinyak pat got kanok tap got mani tot inuit kanok ay ikayo nakigalo ay tap got kanok tap got ikayo naka inyong nut kanok tap got kanok ikayo nyak tot kanok humili ka tap got pimata kanok
questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
No further questions, Mr. Speaker.
Questions, oral questions. Member for Mumfui.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, would the housing minister consider transferring ownership of all housing units in the Cleacho region and other regions as well that are owned by Housing NWT to the long-term tenants? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Mumfui. Minister responsible for Housing NWT.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for asking the question. This is an opportunity for our current tenants that are occupying our public housing units. We do have a home ownership program here in the Northwest Territories that recognizes our long-term tenants as well. And through that program, we have a 3 to 5 year forgivable loan program that we have established. To date, we had 40
Iglukakta ikayoknaklu tap kota Mumfui mina kalang nakto kuyanak ukot igluta ay mabemne kanok ukot utok kabel utok kat iglualuit kanok pinyak patit. Kuyanak.
We do get into the communities and we complete housing assessment as well. Some of these units do require improvements, and we do provide that opportunity as well to the tenants that we would look at repairs and renovations before prior to transfer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Mumfui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the minister confirm if Housing NWT is afraid to let go of or sell any of its assets, such as its aging housing stock, because the department is afraid to lose any operations and maintenance funding?
Kanoka iglukakta di kayo nakigalak tit kuyanak. Got kanoka 100 units dun kagalak tit tap got kanoka iglu kagalak tit 100 nik kanoka leka kayu hunyak. Got ivakleu kanok iglunik pinyak tot kanok ikayornera ugait tap got inuit iglunik pinyak tot kinak. Got iglukaktot iglut tamani Ukat iglunik napay na kigalak to kanoleka ukat aglan hama iglunik utak kapel utuk kat igluit tap kat taimar na kigalak to kanok napay na kigalak to tap kunanika iglunik kanok kuyanak habakkalak tu tap taina kanorleka ikayonerluit tutkikarnerluit kanorleka habakkalak tut ukat kanok kabang mata got kanoleka about the kamilung got iglunik kanok pipkarnerluit tapgot iglunik pinyak tot koyanak. Yal knife center min kalang nektok. Ugot. Tab na ukavalda kaloriga. Ugot koyanak. Ugot got Pulaktut Registered Nurses Association got Pulaktut mga ilichoril lang nerit ka got tayuak ka tayo kay kafe. Inuvialuktun Lake Taber koyanak Carlin or tam na lidik min koyanak kay kafe kay kavit. Inuvialuktun Lake sa ukakanektok. Ugot ilichorin yarit ka koyanak kay kafe. Tayo malang nektut kay fa nektut.
Order. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for Northwest Territories Power Corporation.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following three documents: 2022-2023 Northwest Territories Hydro Corporation amended capital budget, 2022-2023 Northwest Territories Power Corporation amended capital budget, and Northwest 2023-2024 Corporate Plan, Northwest Territories Hydro Corporation, and Northwest Territories Power Corporation. Queen, I need Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Member for Frame Lake.
There's a plan.
Tabling of documents. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I wish to table following two documents. March 28, 2023, CBC News story, Nunavut flips stance on caribou protection, now supports development ban on calving grounds. And February 24, 2023, Government of Nunavut response to final written submissions on the Nunavut Land Use Plan. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Tabling of documents. Member for Haver South.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to table the following two documents. Guidelines for the Disaster Financial Assistance Arrangements, Public Safety Canada, and Public Safety Canada DFAA Interpretation Bulletin number 8, dated July 2017, Innovative Recovery Solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Haver South. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Notices of motion. Notices of motion. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Hay River North, that when this House adjourns on Thursday, March 30th, 2023, it shall be adjourned until Thursday, May 25th, 2023. And furthermore, that at any time prior to May 20. Should meet at an earlier time during the adjournment or at a time later than the scheduled resumption of the House. The Speaker may give notice, and thereupon the House shall meet at the time stated in such notice and shall transact its business as if it had been duly adjourned to that time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Haver South. Notices of motion. Notices of motion. Member for Thabacha.
Tap got noon neritka. Got malongnika pinyaktok.
Tim Mercer for his dedicated and exemplary service to this House.
Una Tim Mercer lichkulang neritka pikputa kanok. Got tamna pinyaktok honorary officer Miktai Hugay to got kanok Tim Mercer pip karniarat. Inuvialuktun Lake sa nutanik akaral lang niya. Got nunat kanok about the naka got kanok nunak puta Inuit tanguit chota kanok igilokak mata Inuit tap got tanguit chota kanok ikayonak kigay tap kanok kanok tap got tanguit chota inikak pata tap ko igilokak totan nunapting ni kanok pinyay akilinak arnek akiliranang itsuta katap kota nunapting ni itot kanok ilokak tot. Kanok tap got nunapting ni atok tot kanok akilaranak na itchut akilaranak itchut kanok Kanorleka tokpata koyanak Inuvialuktun Lakes koyanak got noon chugalori got got kanok ilichorelugitap got kanok tap got Inuvialuktun final agreement tamna kanok tap got Inuvialuktun tap got bihur an angoniaktot nagalunin ittot tamani nunapting ni kanok iglunik iglokaktot kan akiliaichit kanok got kanok angoniakmata kanok Inuvialuktun kanok land claims nik taihugai to get kanok about kamerun kanok taina land claims tamna tutkikarmat rung tai nakurok na bilginyakot Tut got anguniarniartot kanok ikayun nirai tap got kanok tap got tap nuna got IRC Inuvialuktun Settlement Region under kanok anguniarmata kanok Inuit anguniarmata tap got ikayorlugit kanok akilirnailat kanak kanorleka ikayorlugit tap got Inuit manitot nunaptingni got Inuvialuktun nunaptingni aimavimni kanok kanorleka got land claims nik taihugai to got kanok tap got malerotaliu coming tap tamna kanok angonia coming taina tamna pilinyara tamna kanok
construed so as to prevent an act of Parliament from prevailing over territorial legislation to the extent of any conflict between them. It speaks to Aboriginal rights and interest. It also has a section where it states conflict with land claim agreements or self-government agreements. 2.36, in the event
got kanok about the kamerun muna tap got nunaptingni munakrirot kanok kanok munakrirot havaligin got IRC land claims. Kanok Pinyaichok got Kanok Inuit Tamari Nunapting nit what Nunapting nit Munarina Kaliwalait Kanok. Got automata Tangung Church in Akilanai Chit. Akilanai Kalak dot got Kanok Tangung Church Akilimata Akiliamata Kanok Atorniak Kamirung tap got Nunaptingni Kanok Kanorniak Patit. Got Inuit Tangung Church Kanok tap got Akilinak Akilianak Kibat or Hunak Patigit tap got Inuit Tangung Church Nunaptingni dot. Got Munarana Kigait tap got Inuit Mani Nunaptingni dot Ningirak Nihak. I pani tabula it dot mani Nunaptingni. Kanok got Munarana Kigait Inuit Tut Kikaranak Kirok. Tamna Kanok Pinyak dot. Got Kanok got Kanok tap got got Inuit Mani got Emalate Nagalunin tap got Minister Mini that Kanok Maling Nakigat Damna motion. Kanok Maling Nakigat Damna Kanok the doctor Dana Nunanik Kanok Lekai Kayona Kirt. Got Iglohak dot Damini Nunapting Kanok Ikayona Kirt. Automata got Nunanik Akiliranite Kalok to Haglan Akilirot. Ikayona Kiritap got Ikayona Kigalok to tap got Iglohak dot Mani Nunaptingni. Kanok. Ugot mani nunapting ni itat ingilaran. Ay pani ugot munakinyak kigalok tutap got kanok inyunak tot mani nunapting ni iglokak tot mani nunapting. Ikayonak kigalok tut. Kanok taiku Inuvialuktun Lakes minita ko na taiku tai kakabilugutam na kanok kuyanak. Kuyanak ugot Inuvialuktun Lakes in Yellowknife North tap got ka okakil lang niyarit ka ugot kanok nunapting ni okakil nunakputo okakil kamirung antay ko parak ugot tanungit shot nunapting ni inuit ikayok nakirut kanok akiliniak tilugit tabra pitkongit kalawakay tap got kanok aglan tap got nunapting nit itot kanok piperluit pipkarneak perluit tap got kanok akiliak tot akiliak naitrot toakun malik toakana kiruk kanok kuyanak. Frame Lake kuyanak. Taiku tamna kanok 18th Assembly tamna kay kamirung ingilaran tam 18th Assembly mi tam got katin mata mani. Kanok habautari kamirung tainalan that kanuk atomata nunanik kanok pirot kanok kanok pingit katuli habautari ngit katuli kanok tamna atungit katuli kanok 18th legislative ukhay kalwagat aglan pingit chutuli. Tutkikaganaga tabra tutkikangit katuli tamna Bill 46 nika taihuga tuna kanok kanok tutqikarnaq qigaluartoq agalaan havangat kaathuli ulupak uqqarigaathuli qanoqnaq qigaluaraat agalaan havauttarigit kaathuli ninakpun minuqallangniartoq taiku tapkuat qanoq tapkuat qanoq akiliranaqqa nunaptingni ittuagut qanoq maani nunaptingni qanoq akiliranaqqa nakungitkaluartoq Inuita tamadra ukot igilunik nappainiartunga in humiliqa nunaptingni nappailalunga qanoqliqa humiliqa huneangitkaanga Inuit huneangitkaanga tapkuat qanoq akiliranaq qanoq inyungnun tapkuat Inuit maanittuat qanoq qoyanaq sabaachaminnuqallangniartoq Salt River First Nation tamna qauqliugaluartuanga qanoq tamna land claims niktaihugaituna nunaptingni qanoq mallerutaliu kangat qanoq tutqikarniarpallung taana qanoq ukot taamna nakuuriñiqartaamna nuunniaraat qanoq uqariruat nunaptingnik tunadaiwaliday qallangniartoq
Yeah, as a former chief as well for the Yalnizden First Nation, I also support this motion. Prior to 1990, the Denny Métis claim, the Jinabiti wasn't really at the table. They weren't part of that process. But when it fell apart in Deda in the fall in 1990, it gave way to the creation of other claims in the north, in the Gutchin, Satu, Gutchin, and prior to that, though, my colleague from Inuvik had talked about this motion, and their claim goes back even further. And those claims that are spirit and intent, you know, when we when the treaty was made, you know, you had the chief and the crown shaking hand, and that's the spirit and intent that we talk about the treaties, and again, you know, if we've got to be careful too here is that. You know, this government, ever since they got devolution, devolution was essentially the Jinabiti land claim agreement, leading to a provincial government. They want to become a province. And it's concerning, and my colleague also talked about this could be a challenge in the Supreme Court of Canada. And at the end of the day, these claims will prevail. and we have treaties, and that's how this whole thing derived that. Don't forget, this government here is born in 1967. You know, they weren't around when the treaties were made. And so we got to remember that. And so this motion here, I support this motion wholeheartedly as well. It hits home. In my writing, I mentioned this morning that we have people that are been taxed in their cabins, and you know, fees were outrageous now, and it went from Canada to the GWT, and the rates just continue to go up. Administration fees have gone up, and so on. Like, I mean, I got calls from elders a few months back on this. So, Mr. Speaker, I will support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Tunde Welde. Motion is in order to the motion. Member for Nahende.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Land is currently undertaking a broader review of the land management regime with regards to the traditional use of camps and cabins on public land. We're engaging with Indigenous governments and Indigenous organizations across the NWT to look at an appropriate regime for camps and cabins that are used to support Aboriginal harvesting rights. Legal lease fees for such camps and cabins on leases are part of that broader discussion. This may be resolved through engagement and collaboration with Indigenous government partners, which is in process. I'm committed to complete this work and anticipate that discussions with Indigenous governments and Indigenous organizations will result in new approaches to the management of rights-based cabins and camps that meet the interests of Indigenous governments and the GNWT. I will continue to work with my cabinet colleagues to further consideration and prepare a response to this motion concerning shorter and longer-term solutions collaboratively developed with the GNWT departments and Indigenous governments and organizations. Mr. Speaker, because of this, Cabinet will be abstaining from this vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Tunde Welde. I'll allow the mover to close off debate. Member for Inuvialuktun Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleagues. And I hear the minister, but again, I just want to repeat, I'm glad that they're working on all of this, and the motion is there to stop the fees and pause the fees so we have no more Indigenous people going to collections while you figure this out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Inuvialuktun Lakes. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. Members requested a recorded vote. All those in favor, please rise.
The member for Inuvialuktun Lakes, the member for Decho, the member for Hay River South, the member for Thabacha, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Nunakput, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Tunadaweladay, the member for Montfouille, the member for Great Slave.
All those opposed, please rise. All those abstaining, please rise.
The member for Nahende, the member for Yellowknife South, the member for Satu, the member for Range Lake, the member for Inuvik Boot Lake, the member for Yellowknife Centre, the member for Hay River North.
The results of the recorded vote, 11 in favor, 0 opposed, 7 abstentions. The motion is carried. Motions. Notice is a motion for the first reading of bills. Notice is a motion for the first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Cleanup. We've got Bill 77. We've got Munakrit Damna Daigo Konerat. Environment, natural resource. We've got Bill 78, I don't think we should be able have to go through this, but she likes to say we have to. She always say, "Who, Lily?" But they're just tabling all their documents and doing.
Yeah.
So I don't think we have to do that. But she always says, "No, you have to do everything." But we don't. These guys are not. Teresa is just talking instead.
Oh, it's 20 seconds.
Tabling documents, all tabling documents.
Yeah. First reading of bills. First reading of bills.
How you say first reading?
I always don't know how to end it. Hivulinik. Hivulinik.
Hivuliok.
Hivuliornit. Nit?
No. Hivulik. First.
Okay. Hivulik.
No.
Diorner. Diorner.
Rat.
Rat.
Hivulik rat. First reading of bills.
No. When we say the name of the bill. No. Bill 61.
You don't have to have ending. On a bill 61.
Bill 61.
Rat.
They're doing all these?
What's the date for that? Why you put it away? 76 and everything they're doing. 61.
Forward to this House to settle these really complicated arrangements and deals. So I oppose this, and I think that in approving this supplementary appropriation, it really kind of rewards poor project management. If there had been any effort on the part of the Department of Finance to try to absorb some of these costs internally, find other areas of efficiencies and so on, I might be a little bit more generous in this, but I'm not prepared to allow this expenditure of money for a project that can and probably should have been done differently. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be voting against this supplementary appropriation. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Motion is in order to the principle of the bill. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, P3s have a purpose, and
We've got P3s ning kagim okay marung taina pihurunga kanoka inarni kanoka kanokole got tauka uvani nunap inakpangmi. Got salter me heavily kama kanoka una supplementary mika tahu gaitam na kanoka bihuktunga kanok kuna negaw neriga kuyana tunide ulide kalang nektok ipakrak una tautung dog marung una kanok ukata kanok tutkikarnearluit taappuat kanok inauramni kanok leka tutkikarnearluit kanok Inuvialuktun aimavimni kanok kanok maningnika habang mata kanok aperrui gular aperrui kama maningnika kanok kanok pingitkan kanok aichingitkan kanok leka aperrui gular kama naga taina kanok taina rurut na tamna koyenak tamna na kuingit kaloriga koyenak mampuimin koyenak tamna na kuingit kalorit ka tapkot kanok kanok leka habang mata kanok tamna nutak na kuingit kalorne yaptak tamna malakotaliok pihungit kiga koyenak tamna nutak nunaka tamna Bill 86 tamna alarong nika taiwarat una finance maning nik munakri Yellowknife Center Bill 87 tamna kanok tamna taiwarat malarong nik koyenak nakuha tamna Bill 87 ta nakuha tabra nutaktok finance min uni Pete Lake tamna malong ni tamna taikuanerat tamna koyenak tamna nakuanerat nutak koyenak Inuvialuktun Lakes sa kapinyak Kuyanak.
I now call Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of committee? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Committee wishes to deal with table document 813-19 brackets 2, Committee Report 42-19 brackets 2, Committee Report 48-19 brackets 2, Bill 60, Bill 66, Bill 67, Bill 73, and Bill 76. Merci. Do that. Can I do that list over again, Madam Chair? I'm losing my mind here. I'll retract that, Madam Speaker or Madam Chair. Committee wishes to deal with table document 813-19 brackets 2, Committee Report 42-19 bracket 2, Committee Report 48-19 brackets 2, Bill 66, Bill 67, Bill 73, and Bill 76. Merci, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Does committee agree? Member for Hay River North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Committee also wishes to consider Bill 60.
Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. We will take a short recess. I got it. I now call Committee of the Whole back to order. Committee, we've agreed to resume consideration of
813-92 Minister of Finance. Ukata kanok tauchimun kapta federal government about the kanok okarehu ka taina got maningit ang lechirot kanok leka okarehu ka got kanok leka federal government katimakapta federal government lo ubagutak katimakapta una okarehu gate that got kanoka tap good 23-24 Bamna Manning Nikau Harirot. That's her.
Today would not be the same. We have agreed to enhance Budget 2023 with $4.775 million in additional funding for several priorities, and I am committing to bringing these additional initiatives forward in a supplementary estimates document in the May-June session. Homelessness. Housing Northwest Territories is prepared to bring forward its homelessness strategy. To support the actions under the strategy, I am committing to including $2 million in additional funding in 2023-24. Housing NWT will use this one-time funding for application-based grants with special priority given to shelter service initiatives. I look forward to Housing NWT's comprehensive funding requests that will come forward as part of the next business cycle. I note that our shared goal for these funds is to see them expended by organizations or communities who are actively working in this space and who are well placed to ensure their effective and timely use. Mental wellness and aftercare. I listened to members' concerns about mental wellness and supporting the Standing Committee's request for increased funding for detox and aftercare services in response to the Auditor General's report. And I commit to including $500,000 in additional ongoing funding for a suicide prevention fund to be provided to Indigenous governments. I note in particular the recent publication of the Moving Forward and Healing Together Suicide Prevention Strategy by the Inuvialuktun Regional Corporation, and I expect that funding to support the implementation of this strategy will be available through this enhanced funding. Youth sport and recreation. Excellent aftercare programs can play an important role in supporting the mental wellness of an entire family. In addition,
Tap got in a period kanoka tap gununa kanorleka hibun munaulagurt kanoka tap got $500,000 tun pinyaktot kanorleka ikayoklugita tap got pirak nektot kanok. Ato community na apekroinyak to kaglaktuni aglagluni. Got out $1.1 million in hama tutko kaita tap kunanika pajinding dai hugay to got maning nika atonat. Kanorlekai lutakata ikayolugit nagalunin munagilugit taina iswaktakun hivun neonek lugit. Tap kota ka havang nek tot ingming nyuta ingming nika kanorleka ta ka ikayornero right ta kanok $375,000 tun ham atorneligin niya tam na kanok ikayorlugi tap got kanorleka ikayornerlugi tap got pinyak tot got government tap got kanok kanorleka ikayornerlugi tap got ikayo munakrita tana ikaw lang matanagalunin anek matak tamna tutkikanak luita taina at atonelin yaka tamna manik kind of $400,000 in pipalik. Ukot kamamingichot kanok taina kanok maning nikatona ka kuchikili choka kanok tap got kanok $738,000 to ham billion yakota time na tutkilin yakata atornak lu 23-24 me ukimi 23-24 atornak tamna Got kanok le katut kay karnak lu tamna kanok habang matatay na tamna hongerak pangnika afang mata ugot kanok power corporation miktay hugay tukot kanok tap got hibulik that board of governors tam the tap got tap kunik tay hugay tay na kanok kaya frame lake minyo kalang nektok got ukarinyarit ka got what is
going on outside in people's normal lives, you know, picking up kids or, you know, arranging care for an elder or whatever. And in any event, there's a lot of things that happen behind the scenes, a lot of things. And I think we need to try to find a better way to explain what we actually do here. But, you know, we start discussions on the budget, the main estimates, back in September of the year before they come forward. And so there's an opportunity to sit down, try to work and discuss with ministers what they are proposing to do in their departments, the spending that takes place, and try to negotiate back and forth. Then we get the main estimates that are, given to us in late December. We work with our staff to better understand what changes have taken place from the business plans that we got in September. And then we, try to sit down and begin a series of negotiations of changes that the regular MLAs would like to see in the budget and the main estimates. And, sometimes it's a bit of a challenge even for us to agree amongst ourselves on this side of the House as to what the priorities should be and what we should be trying to achieve. But, we do have a common and shared objective of trying to ensure that whatever additions are made to the budget are in the interest of all of our residents. And as regular MLAs, we cannot force things to be added to the budget. We can cut things, but we cannot force things to be added. So that means we have to actually sit down and work and negotiate with our colleagues on the other side of the House, and that's through the Minister of Finance and her staff. And I do want to say that, you know, based on my experience in the last Assembly, that was a very difficult process in the last Assembly, and I don't think that the regular MLAs achieved as much as they perhaps could or should have. But in this Assembly, I think it's a different working relationship with Cabinet. It's a better working relationship, and I'm proud to say that. And I think we have a good
Habakatigi kapta taina ila ni nakuro kanoka habang matatap kununa minister cabinet minister wagulo ukot emalate kanok habakapta tauchikun ila ni nakurok. Kanok.
Making sure that people can get out on the land in the interest of food security. These are important improvements to the budget, and we should never lose sight of that. It's not a huge amount, and it's incremental, but these are significant changes that have been made to the budget. I do want to talk a little bit about some of the additions that have been made, and because I think we want to ensure that everybody's on the same page, and we are probably still going to be a little bit of negotiating back and forth in exactly how some of these expenditures get done, and we will have an opportunity to review this in more detail when the supplementary appropriation comes forward in May, June. So on the issue of homelessness investment, you know, I think the $2 million needs to be thought of as an initial investment. And it's going to take a lot more to address homelessness in a more comprehensive manner, and we'll see the strategy soon. Hopefully the public will see that as well. And it's going to require a lot more investment. There needs to be some recognition of the specific needs of for youth and housing, and we heard some of that from the Standing Committee on Social Development. So we want to make sure that this is just seen as the initial investment, and that pilot projects, proposals are eligible for this funding, and that NGOs and Indigenous governments can also apply for this funding. In terms of mental wellness and aftercare, the funding is really aimed at suicide prevention, as the Minister noted. We want to make sure, again, that proposals are eligible for funding, that it's, and we understand that the Inuvialuktun Regional Corporation is they have a strategy, and they'll probably be first in the queue, and we commend that work. We want to make sure that the funds are available and will continue to be available through time for other communities and regions that want to do this very important work as well. Sustainable living programs, I think we're good with increasing this, and as I said, this is really in terms of building greater food security for all of our communities. And we probably will look forward to working with our Cabinet colleagues to ensure that that money is invested wisely and in the best possible ways through the supplementary appropriation. On the seed funding, this is one-time funding, so it's going to be up to future assemblies to and regular MLAs on this side of the House to continue to push investment in the arts, and I think that also requires the funding that's made available to the arts. I think it needs to all, and this is my personal opinion, need to all flow through a revamped and independent NWT Arts Council. So that's my own opinion, but we do need, I think, to increase our support for the arts. This is a small effort to try to do that. In terms of emergency assistance, this is sort of one-time funding, as the Minister mentioned, but we still have not dealt with the difficult and thorny issue of ground-based ambulance services, particularly in the smaller communities. You know, staff at the health centers are not allowed to leave. They cannot, so it's up to the community and families to bring their people to the health center for treatment, and that just leaves smaller communities in a very difficult situation. So we need a systemic fix to the issue of ground ambulance services in all of our communities. On the issue of inflationary increases to NGOs, the minister has said that all departments are encouraged to request forced growth and can make submissions to the Financial Management Board. I think our view is that all departments should be required to conduct a forced growth review and make a submission to the Financial Management Board, even if it's for $0. Then at least you can see that each of the departments has actually considered the inflationary pressures that are put on NGOs. Right now, some NGOs got an increase, some didn't. Some departments got increases, some didn't. And it's really hard to interpret what happened. So I would encourage the Minister of Finance to require all departments to make submissions for forced growth in the future. And in terms of multi-year funding, I hope that that includes the provision for inflationary increases in the agreements themselves on sport and youth. And I'm going to run out of time, Madam Chair. I think we have some interesting ideas about better supporting youth with some tours and visits to their community with mentors, but we also want to make sure that regional sports events are supported, that there's the ability for individuals and families to access funding. And lastly, on the NTPC board, this issue of public governance is a holdover from the last assembly and needs to be resolved within the lifetime of this assembly. So we very much look forward to getting that options paper, and I think there needs to be some public engagement around that as well. But those are my comments, Madam Chair. Again, I reiterate my thanks to the Minister and her staff for working collaboratively with us to get some improvements for all of our residents. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too want to commend my colleague on the other side for her work and effort to work with us as regular members and with our chair and yourself to come to some sort of a solution here, to feel like we were actually heard in what we want versus just being told, no, there's not enough money, which I think becomes really frustrating on our side when we do see inefficiencies and such in the government, to then be told that small amounts of money are not available to us for very important things that we know can be effectual, than to watch and see government waste on the other side. So I do appreciate that. I think this minister has really listened to us, and while I think I would like to have seen more, I know that there's only so much that actually can be done with our budget. So a little bit is better than nothing, Madam Chair. So I just wanted to say a few things around some of the concessions we got, and that was, first of all, with the homelessness money. I want to make sure that that isn't money that just goes into a government sort of glut or black hole of administrative costs, and actually find that money making its way into NGOs' hands as well as Indigenous governments' hands, where I always feel that is more effectively spent and managed. And further to that, I do see more of a consideration through the 4 years of our term to putting more money into the hands of our NGOs and our partners. And I do thank the minister and the government for that, because I've said numerous times in this House that NGOs, Indigenous governments, community governments will make their money go much further, and the indirect benefits of having that money spent in the communities by those people are immeasurable and really can't be caught in any sort of budget spreadsheets. So I think it's something that we all need to keep in mind as we prepare budgets, that for every $1 spent, there could be 6 returning. We just don't see that as a line item. I think another issue that is a big problem with the government, and I hope I'm seeing change, is the gatekeeping of these funds that we've asked for. So it's one thing to put all the money in, but then if the money isn't spent, great, it's not doing anything. And I know there has been money left on the table for various funding pots that people can apply on, and it's always hard because people will apply, and then their project will fall through. And then that money sits in the budget looking like it didn't get spent, even though there was an intent to spend it. However, I think some of that speaks a bit to like flexibility of application processes, of reporting processes. And I've heard the government numerous times, particularly around suicide prevention, say that it's not onerous, it's one page, that kind of thing. But it's a perception. So, and I heard a lot from this premier when I was in cabinet that perception is reality. And if they have the idea that, you know, it is something that they have to do and hurdles to jump through, they just won't do it. And it's not a matter of it being the easiest thing in the world to be done from a government perspective, but if you're not getting people even coming to the table to have the conversation or look for the money, it's pointless, it's futile. So I think too, especially when that money is federal money, I don't understand why our government wouldn't be more flexible in allowing people to access it. It's not their money, and therefore we should be trying to get it out the door as quickly as possible. That being said, I do know that there are restrictions and measures put in place by the federal government around how money can be spent, but then I think that's on cabinet and ministers to then go in and advocate for us properly with the federal government to tell them that this doesn't work for us. And really, I think that's an area where we could have a lot of improvement, especially as I hear the false flag of this is federal government process that's holding this money up. So I just wanted to say that I do actually, though, despite that, see improvement in this area. And I hope that that will continue through, and it will definitely be something that I would be pushing for in the conversation for the next assembly, whether I'm here or not, but making sure that people are actually looking at the intent of programs and not the black and white A, B, C, D, E of the program, and this is how it has to be done. Let's be flexible, let's be creative, we're small. We should stop burdening ourselves with this, you know, crazy bureaucracy of hurdles and hoops. Instead, we should be able to get our money out quicker and faster because there's less of us. So yeah, I just want to say I think overall I agree with my colleague that, you know, there is a perception that this has been a very contentious assembly, and I mean it has been, but I think if anybody wants to look around at the last year or two, there has been huge improvements. I've heard my colleague say numerous times that having been here in the last assembly, that this one is more productive, that this one is more collaborative, that we are working together. And I know I can only speak for this side of the House, but I see that. And I see all of us putting aside our personal wants at times to support each other and our colleagues, and that gives me hope. And it gives me hope that the Minister of Finance has listened to that and been receptive. So those are my thoughts on it. I hope we continue down this path of change and that we don't see everything reverting back, and that the Cabinet and Government follows through on the promises that have been made to our side of the House. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further comments before we begin the departmental summaries? Seeing none, thank you. Does the Minister of Finance wish to bring witnesses into the House?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Committee, we have previously deferred the matter of consideration of departmental summaries. Members, we will begin the departmental summary for the Legislative Assembly. So please turn to page 5 of your table document. Legislative Assembly Operation Expenditures Total Department 2023-2024 Main Estimates $27,655,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. We will continue with the department summary for Education, Culture and Employment on page 29. Education, Culture and Employment Operation Expenditures Total Department 2023-2024 Main Estimates $382,280,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee, we will continue with the departmental summary for the Environment and Climate Change on page 73. Environment and Natural Resource. Environment and Climate Change Operation Expenditures Total Department 2023-2024. Main estimates, $124,309,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee, we will continue with the departmental summary for the Executive and Indigenous Affairs on page 119. Executive and Indigenous.
O karigaitap got kanok maningnikat tornak dot 23-24 dabnuma. O karigaitap got kanok maningnikat tornak dot main estimates niktahu gaitam got 337 million tap got budget million yakut kanok
81. Health and Social Services, Operation Expenditures, Total Department, 2023-2024 main estimates, $610,276,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. We will continue with the departmental summary for industry, tourism, and investment on page 221. Industry, tourism, and investment operation expenditures, total department, 2023-2024 main estimates, $61,476,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. We will now continue with the departmental summary for infrastructure on page 251. Infrastructure operation expenditures, total department, 2023-2024 main estimates, $309,335,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee, we will continue with the departmental summary for justice on page 293. Justice operation expenditures, total department, 2023-2024 main estimates, $145,613,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee, we will continue with the departmental summary for municipal and community affairs on page 331. Municipal and community affairs operation expenditures, total department, 2023-2024 main estimates, $185 million. $185,681,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee, we will now continue with the departmental summary for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation on page 373. Please note the Northwest Territory Housing Corporation is an information item and will not be voted on. Does committee agree that this concludes consideration of the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation? Does committee agree that this concludes consideration of table document 813-19 brackets 2? Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I move that consideration of table document 813-19 brackets 2, main estimates 2023-2024 be now concluded, and that table document 813-19 brackets 2 be reported and recommended as ready for further consideration in formal session through the form of an appropriation bill. Merci, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is carried. Table document 813-19 brackets 2 will be reported as ready for consideration in formal session through the form of an appropriation bill. Thank you, committee. Committee, we've agreed to consider Committee Report 42-19(2), Report on Bill 66, an Act to amend the Property Assessment and Taxation Act. I will go to the Chair of the Special Committee on Government, or the Standing Committee on Government Operations, the Standing Committee on Government Operations for any opening comments. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Bill 66, an act to amend the Property Assessment and Taxation Act, received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on November 3rd, 2022, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Government Operations for review. The committee sought feedback on Bill 66, and from that feedback, the committee was able to amend 3 clauses to make the bill more functional. The amendments made it at clause-by-clause review reflect a resolution advocated by a nonprofit organization and to address transparency concerning deadlines and decisions to approve purchases. The committee presented its report on the bill to the Legislative Assembly on February 27, 2023. I would like to thank the committee for its work on the review of Bill 66. Individual members may have additional comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I will now open the floor to general comments on Committee Report 42-19(2). Do any members have general comments? Seeing none. Committee, do you agree that you have concluded consideration of Committee Report 42-19(2)? Thank you, Committee. We have concluded consideration of Committee Report 42-19(2), Report on Bill 66, an Act to amend the Property Assessment and Taxation Act. Committee, we've agreed to consider Committee Report 48-19(2), Report on Bill 68, an Act to amend the Child Daycare Act. I will go to the Chair of the Standing Committee on Social Development for any opening comments. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Bill 68, an Act to amend the Child Daycare Act, received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on November 3rd, 2022, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Social Development for review. In its review, committee was disappointed to find that the scope of Bill 68 was narrow. That narrow scope made it challenging to propose any whole-scale amendments. It was important to the committee to hear from the public on this bill because the committee is alive to the fact that daycare legislation affects families in a real way across the Northwest Territories. The committee received 9 written submissions and 6 verbal presentations on Bill 68. The recommendations that the committee formulated were in response to a clear lack of trust and confidence in the Department of Education, Culture and Employment. The committee heard from childcare operators. The committee's recommendations also address complaints, appeals, retaliation, and privacy considerations that were brought up by childcare operators. Finally, the committee made recommendations that urged the department to innovate ways to improve the Act and the current reality of daycare in the Northwest Territories. I'd like to thank committee for its work on the review of Bill 68, and I would also like to thank the Department of Education, Culture and Employment for its willingness to work with us on amendments to improve this bill. Madam Chair, I'd also like to thank the members of the public that came to committee on a regular basis over the course of this assembly to talk about childcare on numerous occasions. It was very much needed input and an input that we continue to encourage from the public. Individual members, Madam Chair, may have additional comments at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now open the floor to general comments on Committee Report 48-19(2). Do any members have general comments? Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, without reiterating everything that my colleague said, I found this to be a very frustrating and disappointing bill to work on. I do also appreciate, though, that there has been the back and forth with the department and to try and come to some sort of a solution here. But I can't help be left feeling like this is yet again another instance of where a federal program or federal idea, federal funding is being pushed on us without proper advocacy from the government to the federal government to understand that it just doesn't work for us here. And there's been a real sense of division created through this bill between parents and providers, between daycares and day home providers, between the department and the providers. And as such, the minimal effects of this bill, or really what's going to be done by this bill in the limited scope, was not worth the damage I feel that it's created here. All I hear daily is of people looking for childcare spaces, and then I hear there's supposed to be more coming, and this is all going to be great, and it's going to help, and yet daily people are telling me about day homes that are closing, or how, you know, as soon as they get pregnant, they need to start looking for some place to put their child, and such. And then I hear not only from providers of day homes, but also the Daycare Association itself, that this doesn't work for them. So then I have to wonder, when the department is making statements that everyone's on board and everybody is good and it's going to really have this great effect, but yet all the people executing the work are telling me that's not the case, I find myself in a terrible position of having to figure out who's telling me the truth, and given my history in this House, I think I know who is. So my concern here is, by passing this legislation in which there's even things around complaint processes that, you know, have nothing to do with the federal funding in which this bill was put through under, or that was sort of the impetus for it. So when I see that the department is looking to establish a quasi-judicial type system that allows a GNWT employee at a director level to be making decisions about people's livelihoods, I feel it's a very gross overstep of government reach. And I also look at it like, when I look at who the providers are, it's women. There's many women of color. Been allegations of that coming from the department as well, that there's been specific targeting of people. You know, I just have to look and question why we're even talking about this bill at this point. Yeah, so I think I'll wrap it up there, but I feel that this has been, I would say, a complete failure of a legislative process, and yeah, I'm disappointed with it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other general comments? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I don't want to speak too long about this, but I think part of the issue here was we were one of the last jurisdictions to negotiate an agreement with the federal government. And when it was signed, I think it was in December of last year, and of course one of the objectives of the federal government was to try to reduce fees for parents, to try to institute basically some program of you know, $10 a day childcare across the country. And given the timing of the agreement when it was finally signed, and the need to get these caps or try to meet the federal objective, it led to I think some poor communications and a sense of service providers being told what they could do. So on the one hand, they were being told that they could not raise revenues, and then the next step was to actually try to improve the situation for staff and the training, certification, the pay grid for them. And those are all good and noble things, but if you're an operator, all you can think about is, gee, now I'm going to have to pay my workers more. So they're being squeezed at both ends in terms of the revenue, and then being told that you're going to have to spend more money. And there's no consistent or even clear messaging that support for the service providers is actually going to be increased in any way to try to compensate for being squeezed at both ends. And I think there was a communications failure. And I think some of it's related to the timing of this, but some of it, now we're in a very difficult situation of trying to do everything at once. And the bill that came forward to committee is very limited in scope, as the chair said, and is maybe not even the right way to try to rebuild some trust and confidence amongst operators. between the operators and the department. I do want to commend the department and staff for working very hard to try to rebuild some of that working relationship and trust and confidence, and I know that they continue to do that work. But it's a very difficult situation for parents, families, and the providers when there doesn't seem to be a lot of certainty for where this is all going. So I think we really need to improve communications. They probably need to devote more resources in terms of staff within ECE to this function as well, and work more collaboratively with the service providers. And I think some of the recommendations are really aimed at trying to address those bigger issues and concerns that go well beyond the scope of the bill. Thanks, Madam Chair. And I do want to thank the committee for all their hard work and trying to find ways to address the concerns and issues that were being raised, even if they didn't have the ability to address it through legislative change. The recommendations, I think, try to find some creative ways to address some of these issues and come up with some solutions collaboratively with the department and the minister. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further general comments? Seeing no further comments, member for Cam Lake.
We don't have the motions.
You do.
Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, do you want me to wait until the motions are distributed to my colleague?
Yeah, just give them a minute. I thought. All right, member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories, 1, form an advisory group, including representation from all parties. 2, review the 2030 Early Learning and Childcare Strategy on the inclusion of childcare operators in goals and visions. 3, establish and share Northwest Territories' vision and mission of the early learning and childcare sector, including principles and explaining where the federal childcare agreements fit, requiring 5-year reviews to check if the Northwest Territories is fulfilling its vision. 4, conduct an independent review of the rollout of the Early Learning and Childcare Agreement. 5, conduct an independent review of the Child Daycare Act. And 6, address the crisis of confidence by reconciling with the Northwest Territories early learning childcare sector and starting with improving communication by increasing responsiveness to clients and establishing client service standards, and committing to explaining processes to the public before implementation, providing plain language materials, and designating communication channels for operators to access early childhood education specialists and information. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? The motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Department of Education, Culture and Employment improve and provide clarity on how a person may complain about an organization's service to the public by 1, providing guidance material for the complaints process to support parents and staff, and 2, developing a policy on the complaints process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This was what I was referring to in my earlier opening comments, and just that I think that if there is going to be an establishment of some sort of a complaints process, and like I said, would give the staff within the department a lot of sort of control and influence over people's lives, that there has to be some sort of mechanism in place or process in place that everybody can refer to that outlines the investigative process. If we ever were to look at like the way that accidents are investigated under health and safety plans, there's a very clear way that you go about doing an investigation, and I would assume it's the same in an HR or other type of process. So rather than it being some arbitrary thing in the Act that just gives some random power, the department must figure out a way to ensure that everybody's aware of that process ahead of actually having anything occur that would then start the process happening. Thank you.
Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories provide investigative training to all staff involved in the complaints and appeals processes, make this training obligatory for all staff involved, and build competence by ensuring that investigations are not vexatious or are appropriately carried out. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories ensures that administrative decisions are reasonable by considering the outcome of decisions and the process to come to the decisions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? The motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories review the appeals process in the Child Daycare Act. A, in the short term, with the view to 1, identify and make improvements to make sure that the Act clearly outlines how appeals can be requested and considered, and 2, clarify how complaints and appeal processes are distinguished in the Act, and 3, recommend how administrative decisions are made fairly, consistently, and in accordance with the legislation. And B, in the long term, with the view to 1, fully review the appeals section, 2, include comparison with other jurisdictions, and 3, result in a modernized appeals section. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories include in its vision of a sustainable childcare system information on the following: how to support the early learning and childcare sector in its transition, how to embrace NWT realities without disadvantaging any of the existing parts of the childcare sector, considerations for licensing and supporting that proportion of the childcare sector constituted by for-profit day homes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories recognize that the actions started under the federal agreement have initiated systems change in the Northwest Territories early learning and childcare sector and require immediate action by the Government of the Northwest Territories to reduce the volatility that may unfold. And further, identify shortfalls in funding targets outside of the federal agreement focused on Northwest Territories needs, including but not limited to capital and operating funding allocations, incentive loans for new buildings and retrofits, campaign action attracting potential childcare educators, bonus for childcare certificate completions, and strategies to support professional development for ELCC workers to allow training without impacting existing work schedules. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. Oh, member for, or to the motion, member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, just sort of reiterating what I said before, I think this motion is really key for the government in order to ensure that we don't lose any more spaces. I know that there has been talk about new spaces being created, but those were all in the works before this this issue around the childcare funding and the subsequent changes. You know, I do think that there is an opportunity for this relationship to be repaired. However, it is going to take, I think, the will of the department and the minister to want to recognize that regardless of how they feel about for-profit operators and such, and who deserves this funding, they have created and set in motion a wave of closures that, you know, is not going to be stopped at this point if nothing is specifically done. So I don't think this can wait on anything further, and I think that there really needs to be proactive action now to fix the problem versus waiting and seeing what happens, because it'll take a lot more to create new spaces again once they're gone than to save the ones we have already. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't get my hand up quite fast enough there. No, I wanted to speak to this one because this is definitely one of the most important recommendations as far as what we heard from childcare providers across the territory. One of the biggest concerns, especially from not-for-profit organizations, is their ability to keep operating when we have in previous legislation set a limit to what that cost increase can be for what they are charging parents on an annual basis. And then we are coming in and we are setting a wage grid that will show or dictate rather what the workers that work in these operations need to be paid. And so the concern there is, what if all of a sudden insurance goes through the roof, which it has? How do they turn around and pay for that? What if all of a sudden a child care operation loses a boiler? This is something that can absolutely happen. There are unexpected expenses that come up, and how do people keep their doors open when they don't have a mechanism to charge for these shortfalls? And so understanding how people are going to keep the doors open when their costs, when what they are charging is dictated by the government, but then also what they are paying out is dictated by the government. And so this is a huge concern. That second piece there, incentive loans for new buildings and retrofits, when we look at lessons learned from Quebec when they introduced their very heavily government subsidized childcare, one of the things that they saw was all of a sudden way more people were accessing childcare, and all of a sudden there was way more demand than spaces for childcare. That is exactly what we are seeing in the Northwest Territories right now. And one of the key things that lessons learned have said out of Quebec are build as many new spaces in not-for-profits as you can right off the bat in order to meet that demand. And our infrastructure funding in the territory is not enough to actually build the new spaces that this government intends to build across the territory. Sorry, Madam Chair, the last thing that I just quickly want to say is that that last piece of allow training without impacting existing work schedules, if all of a sudden people need to close their day homes in order to do training, we will have another huge problem on our hands. So the government, I can't stress enough, this is a very important recommendation, and I look forward to hearing the response. Thank you.
Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories view the obligation to consult on regulations as an opportunity for innovation, inclusiveness, flexibility, and reconciliation, and be open to considering detailed feedback. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion, member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I don't think I can tell you how many times in the last Assembly we tried to get into legislation some obligations for ministers, cabinets, department, whatever, to actually consult in the development of regulations. So this is a really significant concession that committee negotiated with the minister. And I'm just not sure that people really realize how significant this is. You know, we do this with Indigenous governments now, and we're required to do it, but to get this for a sector, this is really good. And to get it actually in legislation, not just practice, because I think this government's made some improvement in its practices, but it's still kind of hit and miss about what they go out for. The quality of the so-called what we heard reports go from atrocious to pretty good sometimes, but lots of need for better reports about what we heard. But this is a very significant concession, and I want to thank the minister, because I know he was on this side of the House for pushing for some of this in the last assembly, this is really good, and I think we need to do more of this in the future, but also think of the public. I keep planting those seeds with my friends on the other side. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion, member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. No, I would also like to extend a huge amount of gratitude to the Minister and his department on this one. And as far as paying credit where credit is due, and being able to say some nice things to the other side of the House, especially when we pick on them every day. We did the same type of an amendment in Bill 40, the Medical Professions Act, from Social Development in conjunction with the Minister of Health and Social Services and her staff. And that is where this amendment and really the implementation of it in a lot of our work has come from. And so I want to first thank the Minister of Health and Social Services for agreeing to that, and then also thank the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment and his staff for following us down that road and implementing that. Hopefully we'll see that in more legislation going forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee urges the government of the Northwest Territories to be innovative and identify options for increasing child daycare spots at no or little cost, including but not limited to changing the ratio of educators to children under 2 years of age by reducing the age of the infant category to children under 18 months of age. This would create additional spaces for children 18 months and older. Completing negotiations with Housing Northwest Territories to allow licensed childcare to operate in public housing. Creating subgroups or sub-licenses to allow childcare centers, school-based childcare, and childcare offered in homes to offer licensed spaces. Create substitute lists or licensing to backfill so that if one educator gets sick, not all 6 kids must stay home. Create additional lists or licensing to enable before and after school daycare, including evening care, so that educators who have time can take additional hours. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I first want to start by thanking some of the constituents in my riding that do run day homes, who actually were the source for some of these suggestions. Particularly, which really struck me was making the change of the age limit, that one being very critical to my constituents, but also the one that really struck me that I hadn't thought about was the substitution list, which the day home providers are saying that basically because they know that their sick day will then result in 6 other people or potentially parents having to stay home from work if they were to choose the day, that they often find themselves working when sick, or finding themselves at the end of burnout because they don't have the opportunity to take the time when they need it. And so I think there's some really easy low-hanging fruit, as everyone likes to call it, in this recommendation that could easily be done, that would create a a bit more of a sort of a network or community for day home providers. I grew up living next door to a day home provider, and the amount of work and effort that this woman put in for the children in her care, there is no way she was making a profit off of it. If anything, she was providing Christmases to children that didn't have it otherwise. So having visited some of my constituents' homes, I recognize the absolute level of dedication and effort that they've put into creating these amazing spaces for their clients and their children. And there's some but yet they're not treated in the sense of another type of an industry where they would be given the respect, I think, that others would have, or even just sort of the supports, like I said, to be able to go and network and find. They're not people that are showing up at the Chamber of the Chamber of Commerce meetings and such. So really, I think the onus is on the government and the department to help them figure out how to network and support each other. And, you know, if someone is at a lower level, they can pick up slack in another area and vice versa, giving people break when they need it. Another really key piece was when this all came out, one of the things that I wanted to see was to see grandparents being paid to take care of their children, to see the unusual daycare childcare situations of the North recognized in the legislation, because we so often have situations where parents you know, or grandparents or such are stepping in, aunties and uncles, or a sister might take care of her children and her sister's children at the same time because she is already staying home. And I think that needs to be recognized, and I think that needs to be compensated for, particularly as this bill really, or this $10 a day daycare is really more for Yellowknife and regional centers. So that's a way I feel to make it more equitable to small community members to access this federal funding and to get some sort of relief when it comes to their own childcare needs, because they don't fit into the stereotypical daycare or day home in Canada. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories provide a response to the recommendations contained within this report within 120 days. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Thank you, committee. Do you agree that you have concluded consideration of committee report 48-19(2)? Thank you, committee. We have concluded consideration of committee report 48-19(2), Standing Committee on Social Development report on Bill 68, an act to amend the Child Daycare Act. Members, will take a recess. Committee, we've agreed to consider Bill 60, an act to amend the Petroleum Products and Carbon Tax Act. I will ask the Minister of Finance to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I am here to present Bill 60, an act to amend the Petroleum Products and Carbon Tax Act. This bill addresses amendments to update the Northwest Territories carbon tax rate schedule to meet the revised federal carbon pricing benchmarks from April 1st, 2023 to April 1st, 2030. The sole purpose of Bill 60 is to keep the Northwest Territories carbon tax rates in compliance with the federal government's carbon pricing commitments, including not returning the carbon tax revenues into the economy in a way that negates the carbon price signal. Passage of Bill 60 is a singular choice. Either we keep control of the carbon tax legislation, or Canada applies its system. By passing Bill 60, the GNWT retains flexibility to design a Made in the North solution that reflects northern priorities and circumstances. That flexibility allows the GNWT to continue to adapt its rebate programs in response to feedback from the public and from discussions within the Legislative Assembly. I cannot stress enough the advantage of keeping the Northwest Territories carbon tax system so that we can have the flexibility to collectively make changes on the use of carbon tax revenues. Already, we have improved the cost of living offset design because of the concerns highlighted by regular members. Under the proposed regional cost of living offset, residents who live in higher cost of living areas would receive a higher cost of living offset payment. With our own carbon tax system, we have that flexibility as a Legislative Assembly to further refine the cost of living offset as or when needed. We have listened to members' concerns about the implications for community governments and are proposing to provide an annual revenue-sharing grant to community governments in an amount calculated annually at 10% of net carbon tax revenues to help in their efforts to adapt to climate change, reduce reliance on fossil fuel, and support overall reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. We are providing large emitters with an offset that does not run counter to the federal criteria, but offers a customized, more flexible treatment of carbon tax for northern mining operations at different times in their life cycle. This will allow key Northwest Territories industry to remain viable and competitive, both by maintaining certainty for existing operations and by ensuring prospective new entrants have some mitigation against otherwise overall higher costs of exploration and development in the north. We have heard the concerns that the GNWT is not doing anything to support businesses and other organizations. Different businesses face a variety of different impacts and options in relation to fossil fuel use, ranging from those who will see minimal impacts to others who will be impacted and may have an incentive to make significant capital investments in order to change their manner of operating. Accounting for such variety fairly through some form of publicly funded grant or credit would be very difficult. And instead, we are trying to support business by returning carbon tax revenues to residents through the cost of living offset that includes an amount for indirect carbon tax increases. In other words, for the expected increases in costs consumers will see if businesses pass their costs on. We are also continuing existing GNWT grant programs to help businesses reduce carbon-based fuel consumption. Similarly, non-government organizations pay varying amounts of carbon tax depending on their activities, and support to offset the carbon tax would be better addressed through other grant and contribution programs that recognize the overall needs of individual organizations or activities, but which are not tied to the carbon tax. I recognize that members have also requested to put the enhancements we're proposing for residents in high-cost regions and the revenue sharing for communities into the legislation. In order for that to have been possible, the bill as drafted after the November public hearing would have had to include that as part of its scope. The rules do not permit me to change the substance of the bill to that extent at this stage. However, the proposed regional cost of living offset would be in regulations, and I propose to investigate how to put the revenue sharing for communities element of this revised approach into the regulations rather than policy in order to give greater emphasis on the importance of our consensus-based approach. I do ask, Madam Chair, that we pass Bill 60 so that we can retain both the responsibility and the flexibility to adhere to the federally imposed carbon pricing system in a way that that meets the needs of the Northwest Territories. That concludes my remarks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister, would you like to bring witnesses into the chamber?
Yes, please, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, on your left is Kelly Black, who's Director of Fiscal Policy, and on your right is Bill McKay, the Deputy Minister of Finance. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now turn to the Chair of Standing Committee on Government Operations, the committee that reviewed the bill, for any opening comments on Bill 60. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Bill 60, an act to amend the Petroleum Products and Carbon Tax Act, received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on November 1st, 2022, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Government Operations for review. The committee held a public technical briefing from the Minister of Finance and department officials on November 25th, 2022. Following that, the committee sought public feedback on Bill 60. The committee heard serious concerns from the public about the carbon tax approach. The committee presented a report with 5 recommendations to the Legislative Assembly on March 1st, 2023. Those recommendations were moved as motions in Committee of the Whole on March 8th, 2023, and all motions were carried. I would like to thank the committee for its work on review of Bill 60. Individual members may have additional comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I will now open the floor to general comments on Bill 60. Member for Nunukput.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the cost of living in Nunukput is outrageous, and you know, the Bill 60, we're going down the road that we're unable to use subs to get our backlog, I guess, in funding to try to provide service. You know, our heating, fuel, and gas prices across the north over the last year, heating, fuel, and diesel and gasoline all gone up in Nunukput. Heating fuel has gone up 25%, averaging $2.46 a litre. Motive diesel, diesel fuel is up 24%, averaging $2.75 a litre. Gasoline is average up 12% at the pump, averaging $2.37 a litre. This is going to have a rippling effect, Madam Chair, in regards to food pricing across the north, and especially my riding. Because I always said, you know, my riding is almost, we're penalized because of where we live. Price of food is going up. We can't afford to buy food. Nunukput has the highest food price index in the NWT. Enough money, we don't have enough money for food. We worry about our food for our families and our relatives. The people in Nunukput are worried about having to pay for food. Almost half of the residents in Nunukput are worried to do that because they don't have enough money for food all the time or often. We have to hunt to eat. 67% of households in Nunukput eat country food, half the time or more. Our power prices continue to go up across the Northwest Territories. The cost of power in Nunukput is almost the highest rates in the NWT. For example, Sax Harbour pays $2.02 and 30 cents a kilowatt. You know, our housing situation, I always worry, is insufficient housing, is poorly and leaking energy. Residents pay for poorly built public housing that are 40-year-old plus. Housing in NWT renovations in 2023 address only approximately 8% of the housing needs in the region. Housing NWT will never renovate units fast enough to keep up with the housing issues and problems that we do have. 30% of Nunavut houses are overcrowded. Inflation across Canada is at an all-time high, and in NWT, it's higher than Canada by 7%. Our household income in communities, Nunavut has the highest cost of living. The difference in the NWT is 18% of people in Nunavut are considered to live low incomes. Nunavut is over $50,000 below average for family income in the NWT, but the prices of all goods and services in our region is the highest. Over 10% of families in Nunavut live less than with $30,000 a year. 344 people in Nunavut live on income assistance. That's 17%. And there's a little employment opportunities in my riding. Over 20% of people in Nunavut are unemployed. Impact on Nunavut communities on Bill 60. The estimated total household carbon tax burden for Nunavut is an average $899 for 2023-24. And if this goes, it's 17% and 4% every year after. People in Nunavut already can barely put food on the table, find employment to earn income, to pay for heat, their power, and their housing. How can we tax people who have nothing to give? Small communities can't afford the carbon tax, Madam Chair. Residents shouldn't be penalized for where we live. The GNWT is not providing enough offsets. Cost of living offset to step up is the right direction. Some people are still struggling. My elders, the single parents, the widows, the low-income residents are struggling. And us down here, we don't see it because you never lived it. Ottawa and the GNWT isn't doing our Beaufort Delta any favors. Ottawa is squeezing us financially with this tax while it imposes a moratorium and blocks resource development in my riding. And we're doing the federal government's dirty work. We should let it go to the backstop, federal backstop, then we're not painted with that brush. The GNWT has to step up. If Ottawa insists on our tax, it should impose a tax throughout the backstop. The GNWT isn't taking a meaningful control. If it has anything to do with the North, it should be paid for cleaning the air because we're at 0.05 of our carbon in the territory and across the country. Madam Chair, the bill will impact all residents of NWT, especially those in the small communities in the high Arctic who already have the highest cost of living. Madam Chair, I oppose Bill 60. And I encourage anyone who is concerned about the raising the cost of living to impact Bill 60 to contact their MLA like I asked. You know, for myself, whoever supports this bill, we should almost be ashamed of ourselves. The pressure you're putting on people across the territory in the small communities, it's unbearable. I see it every day when I'm home in my communities. People are struggling. And like I said before, there's no subs to bail us out for the communities. You know, control, I'd rather have Canada in control of this made in the North. I worry us as regular members have we could push this down and let the federal backstop take place. Commonly, 10% of climate fossil fuel and diesel. We have nothing else to use but diesel in the far north. There's no choice. Can't use sunlight. We're dark 6 to 8 months of the year. And it's really worrisome because I see families struggle and go without. And I think sometimes, some of this carbon tax, I think our government worries more about the mines than our people that we represent. That's why we're here. These people have no subs to help them at home and could go somewhere for money because everybody's tapped out and can't lend because they're in trouble themselves because of the high impact of what we pay. The people I represent can't afford to live in regards to where we're at, and again, we're penalized because of where we live. This Bill C-60, I don't want to go down this road. I'm in full support of killing the bill, and we're in a position where, as us regular members could do that, but you know, some of them want to support this bill and made in the North, us having control. We can't control what we have already in regards to the spending and subs that we're going through. How could you take this on now? Another burden for the minister. Let it go to the federal backstop. Let the federal government do their own work and let them do their dirty work. I'm really, it's really upsetting in regards to, I've been worrying about this in regards to this bill coming forward. All I could say is I did my best in regards to try to kill the bill, and I hope my colleagues on this side of the House, all members, support us in regards to killing the bill and let the federal government do their own work. And it would be a lot better, because at the end of the day, what happens in this House, we all got to wear it. And we'll be painted with that brush that we supported Bill 60. And Madam Chair, I just, you know, once this vote comes through, I want a recorded vote when the vote comes down, because this is going to affect everything in the months to come. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Any other general comments? Does the committee agree that oh, member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, there's been lots of discussion on the carbon tax, whether we should let it go and let it go back to the feds. And, you know, so when I look at it, I guess I ask myself, you know, when it comes to the residents of the NWT, where many are really considered vulnerable, is the carbon tax just? Simple answer is no. Like, we're reliant here in the NWT on fossil fuels, and the cost of transportation, the cost of everything is just that much higher. And for some reason, the feds don't see it. But the reality is that the legitimacy of the federal carbon tax was upheld in the Supreme Court. So it's there, and it's law. Whether or not the bill gets voted down or not, the tax stays. One way or the other, it stays, unfortunately. If the bill is voted down, the federal backstop, of course, will kick in. But from what I gather, and in doing some research, is that we're just going to end up in the same spot. We're going to see that, you know, we're going to see the feds maybe do the collection, but they're going to give us the money back and say, here, you guys deal with it. And that's what's going to happen. And we're just going around in a circle. So by keeping, I guess the other thing is that by keeping the authority to manage the funds, I would hope that this government would look at putting more funds into the smaller, isolated communities up north where the costs are that much higher. In the south, we're lucky. Like, our cost of fuel and power and all that is a lot cheaper. And I would like to see, you know, more of the money go into the north and help the people who actually need the help. Can we trust the federal government to look after our best interests? I don't think so. You know, we've got this carbon tax in place for the Northwest Territories, and what have they done about it? Nothing. You know, and like my colleague said, that there's the amount of emissions is very, very, very little here, and that's an issue. Can we trust those on the other side to do the best? I would hope so. Because if they can't do a good job for the people of the Northwest Territories, at least us on this side have an opportunity to make change. We can change people out if we want. So I think that's important to note. The other thing is that if we maintain authority over the carbon tax. There's been talk about embedding the use of it into legislation, on the use of well, what we're going to use it for into legislation, like they do in the Yukon. And something like that wouldn't happen this year, but it's something that we could ensure that you know we put it in legislation, and that the money is going to where it belongs, and that's the people that are really having trouble. So when I looked at this whole thing, I looked at the legality of it. I looked at what the feds would do. I look at what we're doing with it. You know, I've talked to people back home as well, and for me, you know, I'm going to support the bill because I have faith in this government more than I have in the federal government, and I'm hoping that you know, by my support, and if the bill passes, that the members on the other side will actually listen to what we have to say and make sure that people are looked after, and we got to focus on you know, the cost of living. We've got to put pressure on the federal government to make them realize that the cost of living in the Northwest Territories is high. Life in the Northwest Territories is hard, and we need support. The problem is we've only got one MP here, so you know, so the NWT probably is not really on their radar. So who would I rather have looking after it? I would say this government, and that's exactly why, you know, I will support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Tunade Willade.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I remember coming in to the Assembly here February 10th, 2022, and when I was asked to put my name forward to run for MLA, in my writing, they talked about the high cost of living. And we take a look in the community of Tutsuke alone. You know, we have problems with the internet service that's just down the road. It costs a lot of money just to fly there, and the cost of living in that community is high already as it is. And right now, a lot of my friends are talking that, you know, where does this end? Like, the high cost of living in the north is here. Friends of mine are saying, well, I'm thinking about moving south now because they can't afford to continue to live here. And then in regards to this carbon tax, you know, and there's no guarantees, you know, if it's going to be set at a certain rate and a percentage on an annual basis. Right now, as it is, you know, it's not, this fossil fuel thing is not going to go away overnight. It's going to be 20, 30 years before we have something to replace it. And that's reality living here in the Northwest Territories. And for example, just to convert, if we were to go to propane or natural gas in a home, we could probably spend about $50,000. Just in my riding, my community alone, there's 540 homes. That's just to convert $27 million just to get off the fossil fuel. But where's the government of Canada in this whole thing? You know, that to me, that hits home. And right now, as it is, while that's happening, you know, when people go out in the bush to get some wood, they got to buy wood. The cost of just to getting that wood is expensive. And I know for sure in Tutsuke, they talk about, you know, winter road and to help reduce the cost of living, and anything that we could do to do that. And I know Andetta and DLO here, we're just on the highway systems, but just because we're right next to the city of Yellowknife, we're still feeling the impacts of the high cost of living. You know, fuel prices of oil has gone up, power's gone up. Last year, this time, after the session was ended, the power rates in my community, in Fort Resolution and also in Fort Smith, went up 20% over the next 2 years. And good thing it was repealed and was brought back. You know, and but now you go back online, you take a look at the website where the regulatory board is for the power regulators here in Northwest Territories. Again, NCPC went back and made an application to increase those power rates again. So it's getting to the point now where it's getting out of hand. The cost of living here in the Northwest Territories is just too high. It doesn't matter how you look at it. It doesn't matter where you live. it's impacting everybody here in the Northwest Territories. And if you were to take that $891 million just to do all 33 communities, that's what it's going to cost to convert all those homes in the Northwest Territories. I just threw that out there as a number. We're not ready yet. It's going to be a long time yet before Canada is going to step in to really try to help us out. And in the meantime, we got to pay our share. But I really feel bad for the elders, the people in the communities, the single mothers, the people that are just getting by and from paycheck to paycheck. And now they're going to, on April 1st, they're going to be paying a lot more for the cost of fuel at the pumps. When you order fuel at their homes, again, where does it end? And this morning, when I heard that, we had that discussion in the committee, and I know my colleagues over here said, who do you trust? Like right now, we had time. We had a lot of time to really try to get this thing sorted out and organized. And, really, this is not a made in the North solution. We never really consulted with all the people in the Mackenzie Valley yet. A lot of people are still phoning me. They're sending me messages, emails, saying that don't support it. And I had to think about it, and I've been trying to figure a way to look at this, and I was kind of hoping that we really look at the Yukon model and Nunavut model, but no, it didn't happen. And now we're in the 11th hour here. We're forced to make a decision that's really going to impact our people in our communities. And again, this morning I was asked, who do you trust? At the end of the day, when I I look at the budget, we got what, 2.2 billion. Our debt limit's what, 1.6. We're not very far off from 1.8 billion. The economy in the Northwest Territories are not doing well right now. The mining industry is not there. The royalties or payments are not coming. Again, we're in a really tough situation now. And when Nunavut was here in 1999, when we parted ways, we had 3,300 employees. Now we got 6,600 with contractors and all that. So we got a lot to think about. And the next government, they're going to have to make some tough decisions. And it's really concerning for me now to talk about this. But at the end of the day, and it's part of the mandate. They were going to look at in 2019 to 23. They talked about trying to help reduce the cost of living and the power rates and everything else. But it seems like we're not following our own words. We say we all come together, we put that document together, and all of a sudden, we put that aside and we're continuing to look at increasing the cost of living here in Northwest Territories. It just bothers me. And I asked for simple things from my riding. Simple things. I asked for a winter road. Nothing. I asked for money for inspections of the homes in my community. Nothing. I asked for home ownership repairs in my community. Nothing. And I got to make some tough decisions here about whether or not I should support the budget. Last year, there was nothing in there. $3.4 million to fix up public housing. This year, Housing Corporation is taking money of that $60 million, CERNAC money, to fix up public housing. But yet, in my communities, we really need home ownership repairs. So I'm really torn here. But at the end of the day, who do we trust? And from what I could see, and how we're treated in my community, and I go back over the years, yes, we got a little bit here and there, that's it. But this is not consensus government. If we had a chance, we should all work together. But we're not. It doesn't seem that way. We play one off each another. People that sign on to devolution are treated different from the ones that didn't sign on to it. So it really is disturbing for me to say that, are you going to support this and trust the GNWT? That's a tough one. So, Madam Chair, I agree with my colleague Jackie Jacobson that, we really need to think about the people in our communities. That's who put us here. This is the public government. And when we do this kind of thing, it sends wrong messages. It doesn't matter if I support this, the GWT is going to do it. If I don't, it's going to be the federal government. But at the end of the day, who do we trust? These guys here have been around since 1967. And since devolution, they got their own land claim. So, at this point in time, Madam Chair, I'm going to vote against this budget on Bill 60. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Deschaux.
Merci, Madam Chair. When the carbon tax came into effect, I'm not sure what year it was, but I think it was after industry was well established, all the mines were already in place. So anything there may have been grandfathered. The tax was set up to, well, supposedly to penalize the large emitters, large industries. But what we've seen from that time, that's not what was actually happening, because we got some numbers back from our research in our committee meetings that the large emitters were getting 72% of their dollars back. And that kind of like defeats the whole purpose of what the carbon tax was all about. It's befuddling. Like, why did they bother with it to begin with? Because the people that are actually getting hurt are the little people up in the Northwest Territories. I think they did that brush, with the territories and the provinces without really considering the implications to the Northwest Territories and to the 3 Northern Territories. The large emitters are really winning in this instance, and we're not. Even though they dangle the rebates in front of people, I think the last numbers I think I got was like $546 per person per year. That's just chump change. Even I would put out a press release to tell my residents not to accept it. That's not enough to cover their bills. A couple of years ago, the diesel, was over $1. Now, when I go to fill up my tank, I'm over $2. Not as much as the residents up in the Nutpuck, but we're still over $2. And we got this escalating sliding scale that we're looking at, where it's going to increase every year, the carbon tax. And I don't think the diesel fuel will ever go down, neither will our power bills. And also, it truly affects the trucking industry, which delivers all our groceries and goods. So we don't know where we're really going. This carbon tax is really hurting us. The emitters are the ones that are gaining, large emitters are gaining. And our government has never ever said, hey, never cried foul. And I don't understand why they didn't cry foul in that regard. That there was no fairness, the large emitters getting their money back, yet the little guys are getting the full brunt of the tax. There's no fairness in that. Our government should have been yelling, kicking, and screaming in Parliament. You needed to go there. You're saying, well, we just only got one member of Parliament. Well, you would have had many more voices if you were down there busting down those doors. at Parliament. And you got 7 cabinet ministers. That's 7 voices. And that's not what's been happening. We need to send a message to the federal government that we don't agree with the carbon tax. And by us not accepting to move ahead with the carbon tax, should be sending that message to them that we don't accept any increases to the carbon tax. That's a big message. You know, when you send that message and we're all together in this, that's a loud voice to tell them that we do not agree with this carbon tax, especially on our residents up in the northern parts of Canada, where the cost of living is higher than any place in the south. Having said that, Madam Chair, I will not be supporting carbon tax as is. Masi.
Thank you, Member. Member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Right from the beginning, I took the stand that I was going to vote against the carbon tax on Bill 60 because we had written submissions from the NWT Chamber of Commerce, NWT Métis Nation. I've heard from at least 6 other Indigenous government leaders who are very much against the carbon tax. The NWT Senior Society, and mostly all the residents of the NWT are against the carbon tax, no matter where they live. Doesn't matter if they're from the Arctic or they're from the South Slave. All costs have gone up overall, and there's a snowball effect. And there are some people who decide what they're going to eat for supper. It's either going to be wieners or steak. They don't have that choice. And it's going to get worse because the way things are going after the pandemic was a big one too. And also I'm very concerned about the small business community. We pay too much, and we don't have the numbers for to survive in the regional centers and the small communities. It's not only in the small communities, and I'm sure it's like that here, even in the capital. The costs of everything has doubled or tripled in some cases. And therefore, because of all these submissions, and I listened to the people of the NWT and small business, the Indigenous organizations, and especially the seniors of the NWT. And because of that, I stick to what I've decided at the very beginning, and I'm not going to waver on this one. I will be voting against Bill 60. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Are there any further general comments on Bill 60? Member from Montfouille.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I did prepare a member statement, but I'll do it for this. This is the right time to do it. Madam Chair, we say that this is a consensus government. And this is not how the consensus government should be operating. The consensus government that I know in my region, they work together, they collaborate, they consult, on issues that might have an impact that, on its citizens. So I don't see this as a consensus government. And yes, being Indigenous person, since 1763, we never, we know what the government did to us, to our people, due to assimilations. They took everything from us. They took our land. They took all the resources, and they pushed us aside. They put us in a reserve. In the north, it's a settlement. So I do have a really serious issues with trust. Should I trust them, or should I trust the federal government? And that's not just me. That's the view of a lot of Indigenous people, Indigenous government, Indigenous organizations, or people that are trying to settle their land claims. So there is a lot of trust issues, and I do have a trust issues too as well. So I agree with what my colleagues are saying. We do have, there's in the small communities, and especially if you live in the small communities, you will understand what we're talking about. Even the senior bureaucrats, if they live in the small communities, they would understand where we're coming from. There's a lot of struggles in small communities due to, there's like my colleague said from Nunakput, am I saying right? You know, we don't have a lot of jobs. And that's a struggle in many of small communities, in my region as well. You've seen the 2018 status report. Everything that's, you know, like we have a lot of people on income support. We have high rates, we have people, young people having, we have low rates of academic success. Our education is low. There's lots of social issues, social injustices. It's all addressed. We have people on income support. Like, I mean, we have, I don't know what you want me to say in this, but there's a lot of social issues. It's right there. It's in the stats. It's in the statistics. I don't think I should be talking about it more, but I do have lots of elders in my communities due to all those houses, just like my colleague mentioned, that were built in the 60s and 70s. Well, a lot of those elders that are living in those units, or some of them, even that recently built because it was poorly built, a lot of those houses, elders are paying $500 for power bills. And a lot of these elders who are already struggling are garnishing, you know, the government is garnishing their pension and even their income tax. So they're doing all these things that how can anybody live? It's already, they are already struggling to make ends meet. And, you know, like, especially in my region too as well, because a lot of my people, they come to Yellowknife to access services that are denied in my region. You know, and they go shopping. Everything is in Yellowknife. And now that the all-season road is open in Wati, now those people are traveling more, you know. So it is expensive. For gasoline, it is expensive. And so even with the higher fuel price, you know, I know that the minister, there's a fuel subsidy, but the income threshold is low as well. So a lot of those people who are recently retired, you know, they don't qualify for any of these programs that is in place. And that's a hardship on many of these people. And now that, I'm just wondering, like, with the climate change and the mines, that has a major impact on our traditional way of living. And not only that, with the restriction that's placed on caribou and the mobile zone, our residents, they have to travel long distance to go hunting, and it's once a year. We used to hunt before in spring, before the restriction, and fall time. Now it's in winter. And we have to, and then it's really sad because Wati, Gamete, and Wukiti, they have to travel long ways to go hunting for caribou, Betchakuntu as well. And the gas, it is expensive, especially in the small communities like that. And there is a lot of caribou in their backyard, and they have to travel across, like they have to go to Wati and come this way, and to go towards the mine to go hunting. So that has a major impact on my people as well. They have to travel further, and the mobile zone is keep moving, you know, and so it's becoming more difficult to provide for our family, especially with the traditional food, especially with caribou that has sustained our people for thousands of years. And we've been here for many years. And it's because of that, because they're going hunting in tundra, the weather is unpredictable. And we had some issues. We had 2 hunters. We had one resulted in fatal. One resulted in got stranded due to blizzard. So rescue team came in. So all these things have to be considered. And it's not, I feel for my people, you know, and it's not right what we're doing here because it's hard. People are already struggling as it is, trying to maintain their livelihood. And now with all their hunting gear and going to tundra, a lot of them are coming back with maybe with no caribou, you know, and then there are some family with, you know, and the wear and tear on their hunting equipment. So it is difficult for my people to go hunting. Yes, it would be nice if we were living somewhere else, like maybe in Delta, where they can go hunting, you know. But we don't have that pleasure. We don't have that. We have there's too much restrictions, and there's a lot of roadblocks for my people to go hunting. And so this carbon tax that's in place, it's something that I really have to consider because I have to think about the people. And I have to think about the community government, sports and recreation when I am making decisions. Because the climate change is I know it's going to have an impact because the Gamity and Wigwiti, they rely on the winter road. And this year, it's a short operation, even for Wigwiti. So I have to think about those people when I'm making these decisions. And it is difficult. And then right now I have trust issues. It's something that, it's not just now, it's something that has been happening to us for many years. So with that in mind, I think when this carbon tax, if we have to vote, I think I'm voting against it because I have to think about my people. What I would like to see is that more support going to the people, not to the mines, not to mining industry, all those, you know, like company that makes more money from our land. You know, they're taking all our resources, we know that. So I have to really think about my people when I'm making these decisions. So I will not vote for this carbon tax, and I guess we just leave it up to them though. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So just to be really clear, I do support a carbon tax as part of an approach to deal with the climate crisis, but I firmly reject Cabinet's inflexible and unfair approach with this bill. And I want to kind of spend a few minutes to kind of recount how we got here. Because this is not about a made in the north solution. This is a made by Cabinet solution. That needs to be really clear. So, you know, Cabinet went off. They started to talk to the federal government about how to rejig the carbon tax. They didn't even bother to tell us that they were doing that. We had no input whatsoever as regular MLAs. And then in September, they even submitted a proposal. They wouldn't share it with us until months later, and they just wouldn't listen to us. They wouldn't work with us. So, you know, Cabinet promised robust public communications around this bill, and the carbon tax didn't happen. People in the public still don't know what this is all about and what's going to happen. It took months for us to get the letters that went back and forth, even though we asked several times. The large emitters are treated favorably, and the rest of businesses, NGOs, community governments are not. It's an unfair approach. And who did they talk to in developing this carbon tax? Only the large emitters. And we got that on record. That's the only parties that they talked to in developing this. Didn't bother to talk to the public, other businesses, NGOs. Nope, just went to the large emitters. They also got an exemption for methane. That's not environmentally friendly. And it's just not a good move in my view. I even suggested language that could be inserted in the bill right up, even before it was brought to us, about how to increase accountability, transparency, make public reporting a requirement. They wouldn't do it, wouldn't put it into the bill. You know, I think what we really need here is a legislated approach, as they have in the Yukon. And now, so that's how we got to at least this point. And then when I looked at the response to the committee report, basically Cabinet rejected all of the recommendations, all of them. That's the fastest reply I've ever seen to a committee report. It's also the most dismissive and condescending response I've ever seen in my 7 years as an MLA. Something as simple as writing to the Prime Minister to say that we need to work together to find energy choices for our communities, for households, they wouldn't do it. They wouldn't even write to the Prime Minister to do that. Second recommendation about dealing with net metering and removing caps on green energy. Said, no, it's outside of the scope of the bill, we're not going to do it. But they are kind of actually doing it anyways. They just don't understand the link between energy choices and reducing the impacts of the carbon tax. But the default was, let's just reject that because it comes from those regular MLAs. Third recommendation, oh, well, we're going to offer some money to the community governments. $1.88 million is what they say it will be, not the 2.2 that the community governments are asking for. And that 2.2 comes from using the Yukon approach. They've offered 1.88. But then the minister said today, we can't do that in the regulations. We can't do revenue sharing through the regulations because of the way the bill was drafted. Well, what kind of bill was this when you can't do revenue sharing through the bill itself, and you can't do it then through the regulations? That's a lousy bill, quite frankly, Madam Chair. Fourth recommendation, that a legislated approach. They said, no, we're not going to do that. We should have done this earlier, and we can do the money to the community governments through the main estimates. Well, this government or this cabinet may follow through on that. What about the next cabinet? I'll guarantee that the MLAs on this side are going to have to fight for that year after year after year until you get it legislated. That's why it needs to be in the bill. So, Madam Chair, I want to move on now to what we've ended up here with, quite frankly, is a train wreck of a bill. This is the most divisive issue that I think this House has ever had to deal with. I want to commend the members on this side for stepping up and actually talking about this very important issue, and each and every one of us, I'm sure, by the end of this will get up and talk about this. This is the most important debate we've had in this Assembly. But what we've ended up with is a train wreck because Cabinet would not work with regular MLAs. And I blew the whistle on this right at the very beginning. I said, please do not bring forward a bill that just switches out the schedule. Think very carefully about this and work with us. They wouldn't do it. So do I trust this cabinet or the next cabinet to follow through? You know, actions speak a lot louder than words, Madam Chair. So we've ended up with this train wreck. And what was a path forward, and we could have changed this. The minister said if we had talked about if they had done this. We could have maybe done this earlier. I said, withdraw the bill. Why can't you withdraw the bill? When the minister came to the public hearing, the first question I had for her was, would you consider withdrawing the bill and trying to work together? Wouldn't do it. That's why we got a train wreck, and we're here today. So, you know, I asked for a new approach. I tabled a model bill based on the Yukon approach. That was a squandered opportunity, Madam Chair. I asked the finance minister to meet, to talk about this. Didn't happen. We could have worked together and avoided this train wreck, but we didn't, because I think of the stubbornness on the cabinet side. I'm still interested, though, in trying to work together on this. And cabinet well knows my position on this. I've wrote an editorial. I've talked about this ad nauseum. We need a legislated approach to deal with the revenue sharing and management of the impacts on our communities, and to make sure that the money is actually targeted, reported publicly, and that it's transparent and accountable. And perhaps we can still do that. The minister talked about perhaps looking at how to get revenue sharing through the regulations. The only way you're going to be able to do that is to change the legislation itself. And if Cabinet's willing to reopen it, let's actually get it right. So, Madam Chair, this is not a made in the North approach. This is a made by Cabinet approach. Cabinet wants to retain all the flexibility, all the control, all the authority, and maybe bring forward something in the annual appropriations, maybe bring forward something in regulations in terms of the cost of living offset. But that's a lot of trust to place in a Cabinet that, in my opinion, has not worked with us since day one on this. And that is a repetition of what happened in the last Assembly. And I blew the whistle on this. I tried to get Cabinet, the minister, to work with us right from the very beginning, and it didn't happen. I guess a couple of other points. I know that this is very complicated stuff. I want to commend members on our side for taking a lot of time to discuss and debate this internally about what we were going to do, and I respect everybody's position on this, even if we may not all agree. But there are no guarantees. There's no guarantees from Cabinet. There's no guarantees from the federal government. But I still think that we need to find ways to work together and develop a better plan, a better approach, but it has to be legislated. There cannot be the room for discretion on Cabinet, because just look where we ended up in this train wreck. So I think the last thing I want to say, that this is probably the most important test for us as regular MLAs in trying to stand up to and actually work with Cabinet. And I guess we'll see where this goes, Madam Chair, but I've thought a lot about this, spent a lot of time and energy. I've brought forward concrete solutions, but every time I've done that, Cabinet has ignored them. And that's really a sad statement, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to thank the committee that did all of the work on this bill, because I do sit on two other committees that are quite busy. I didn't delve into it quite the same way they did, and really looked to that report to inform me as I have struggled with this bill and my position on it. When I look at the choice in front of us, I realize we really just don't have much of a choice. We're either going to, and as everybody has said, we're either going to look to the federal legislation if we defeat the bill here today, and not, then the GNWT obviously would not be in compliance with the federal requirements, and we would then fall under their tax. So whether we go ahead as stated and pass this bill or defeat this bill, either way, residents of the Northwest Territories will be paying this tax. And when I hear, and I know it's one item in the minister's statements, but the comment of there will be minimal impacts to some. And I feel that that's just a totally wrong statement. There is nobody in this territory that is not going to feel the ramifications of this tax. Whether or not you are a consumer or a purchaser, you could be in public housing, it doesn't matter. You will, in some way, bear the burden and pay the cost of this tax as businesses, governments, etc., pass it along to others. So I understand, and I think I don't really even need to state it, I am a strong supporter of our resource extraction sector. That has been something I have stated from before I ever sat in this House, and something that I believe is truly in need of support. And I do recognize that the minister's approach to Bill 60 will allow for some of the industry that we currently have in the territory, or future industry, to have better circumstances, and perhaps then that would be the make it or break it decision point for some of these projects to go forward. Specifically, Bill 60 does provide favorable treatment for smaller mines, newer mines, and mines that are closing. Basically, the situation we're at for every single one of our potential projects or current projects. We don't have any mines that are strongly in full production that will go for the next decade. So I recognize that, and I have heard from some industry stakeholders on the benefits, but I have to say, actually, Madam Chair, nobody contacted me from industry other than a few things that were forwarded on to me by third parties. But that being said, that does somewhat, I think, speak in some manners about where industry may be at in their own lobbying efforts as their own sort of impetus to work on our government dwindles as they look to other jurisdictions that are a lot more favorable for their sector. I think we're already in quite a desperate spot when it comes to our mining and resource sector industry anyway. However, I do recognize the value of maintaining that control and flexibility in how we impose the tax. But when I look at the benefits to industry and where industry is at currently, I don't know how much that offsets the costs to everybody else in this territory. Residents can't afford this tax. I've heard it from my colleagues. I've heard it from people messaging me. Whether or not the public fully understands the ramifications of whether we say yes or no to Bill 60, the perception is out there that this is hurtful to us. And for us, as my colleague said, we have a responsibility to listen to the residents that are contacting us. And that is something that I'm hearing. They're strapped for cash. Our current inflation rate is at 7.2%, and wages have not kept up with that. The housing stock, as mentioned, is quite old. It's not energy efficient, and we don't have that alternative energy source. So therefore, we all will be forced to absorb these higher costs. And when I look at the offsets that are being proposed by Bill 60, the cost of living offset is a step in the right direction and would provide all residents in my riding anyway, with $450 to $500 a year to offset their tax. But those amounts are based on average increased costs for average households. So that means some households, especially those with higher costs or fewer people, like myself, I'm a single person, I'm going to struggle because I'm only going to get one colo in this situation. So anybody that is a single parent, empty nesters, elders, low-income residents, that are not in public housing, we are all going to feel the effects of being one person or few people in a household. Another piece that I'm really concerned about, and I know is going to have a massive indirect impact when the carbon tax is imposed, is on the NGO sector. It's already a strapped sector for cash that is really constantly operating on the margins, if not in deficits. The GNWT has not provided, my understanding, has not provided any offsets to NGOs for increased carbon tax costs. So even if you just look at that from like an optics perspective, we're going to sit here and hand the richest people, the richest industry in our territory help, and I understand why. I know how economics work. But then we're not going to turn around and help the people that we're relying on to take care of people because our own social services can't take care of it. I come back to the shelter workers as an example of that. GNWT employees are not going to face these problems, but when you're paying somebody $20 an hour to do shelter work, which is really the responsibility of this cabinet and this government, to then turn around and say they don't get to have any sort of offset to help. They're going to lay off people. They're going to cut staffing. They're going to cut training. They're going to cut wages. I also want to support my colleagues. Our remote communities are the most impacted by climate change and the rising cost of living. I've seen this. I've traveled into these communities in my past life and in my current. And my colleagues from small communities are very concerned about the rising carbon tax. We've heard my colleague from Inuvialuktun speak at length about the higher and rising fuel costs of his constituents, and my colleague from Nanakput talking about people struggling to put food on their table and choose between heating their homes and feeding their kids. So while this bill has some benefits for industry, and I can't say enough how much I do support industry, and I know that personally this is not going to be a popular decision, and you know what I have to say, it bothers me that I'm in this position. It didn't need to be this way. And so now I have to make a decision. Do I listen to residents of this territory, or do I listen to industry of this territory? And to me, they're not opposing each other. However, we've now pitted them against each other yet again, making the mining industry in this weird dichotomy between social issues and taking care of our residents and industry. And I do blame the government for creating this back and forth, or this adversarial relationship there. Same thing I heard when we talked about agriculture supports. People saying, well, it's agriculture, it's mining. These are not two polar opposite things. And in the same thing here, I say supporting our residents does not mean not supporting our industry, and vice versa. So I do have a lot of reservations here, but likely will be voting in solidarity with my colleagues. And I really think that what needs to happen here, or what I hope to see happening by the defeat of Bill 60, is that this is a very strong message to the federal government. My colleague has made waves on the federal stage. So if the federal government, or the argument from the cabinet side is that the federal government is not going to take care of us anyway, they ignore us, we're not important, well then maybe this is a chance for us to take a stand and say, hey, you've made promises on the backs of people in this territory that are already struggling, that are already in third world conditions, and now you want them to pay so that you can sit in Ottawa and act like you are some eco-warrior saving the earth to make your supporters and your campaign donors look good and greenwash yourself for the next election? No. I say it's time for us to stand up, and it comes back to trust. And when I look at it from a purely Great Slave resident perspective, we don't, either way, I get the same thing, they get the same thing, whether it be the feds, whether it be cabinet. So I say let's use this time now to show Ottawa that we need to have them pay attention to us. And if that hasn't happened, and this is the excuse, then that is on cabinet. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I think it's worthwhile to actually start with identifying what is carbon tax. And so carbon tax, according to the federal government, is carbon pricing, about recognizing the cost of pollution and accounting for those costs in daily decisions. Do I agree with the way that the federal government sees that rolling out in the territory? Absolutely not. The government also says that the government sets a price that emitters must pay for each ton of greenhouse gas emissions that they emit. So what that in turn means is that they charge on fossil fuels and for regular everyday residents like ourselves, and that there's a performance-based system that's input onto industry. So this is what the federal government has decided is that they're going to do a carbon tax. But that's not what we're sitting here talking about today. That's already been decided. The federal government has already decided on a carbon tax. That was a decision made in 2018 that was debated at length in this House during the 18th Assembly. That the whole notion of carbon tax here in the territory is something that I like to call a northern double jeopardy. And I mean, I've said that before in the House, that here in the territory we're charged a premium with high rate increases for our energy through NTPC for using their expensive aging infrastructure. And then we turn around and we're charged by the federal government through carbon tax for using the energy monopoly that is limited by this government. We are limited, for our ability to use alternative energies by this government because our deputy ministers sit on the board of NTPC. And so this government really, at the end of the day, is limiting our ability to use alternative energies so that we can actually accomplish the goals of the carbon tax of the federal government. But this is not what we were talking about today. Carbon tax is here. Carbon tax is already in the entire country. We're not debating whether or not we're imposing a carbon tax in Canada or in the Northwest Territories. What we are talking about here today and what we are deciding on is who is going to administer that tax here in the Territory. We are deciding if we are going to support Bill 60 and have the GNWT administer that tax, or if we are going to reject Bill 60, in which case on April 1st, which I believe is Saturday, the federal government will have to administer a backstop in the Territory in order to take on the role of administering that tax here in the Territory. So whether or not a carbon tax will exist in the Territory is not what we are talking about here today. It's coming. It's here. It's increasing. So I just wanted to be very, very clear on that. I also, as we're talking about the fact that carbon tax is here and has already been here and was debated already in the 18th Assembly, I went and pulled the report from the Standing Committee on Government Operations from the 18th Assembly, which was the report on the carbon tax bills, because at that point there was 2 separate bills that were reviewed, and I wanted to share some of that with committee because I think it's worthwhile. The section is called Lack of Meaningful Engagement with Committee. The committee raised concerns that the GNWT's approach did not set out options for public debate. The proposed 75% direct rebate for large emitters was too high. There was no rebate or special measures for small businesses, and the policy objectives of the carbon tax were not clearly articulated. The report goes on to say, the committee again wrote to the government advising that it does not support the proposal. Later on in the report it says, committee also expressed its concern that there was no indication from government as to whether or not the carbon tax legislation would mandate public reporting to enable transparency, increase public awareness of how the tax revenue is being used, and measure the impact of the carbon tax on emissions in the NWT. Later on, the report also says that the carbon pricing in the Northwest Territories was negotiated with the federal government, leaving little room for input from regular members once that process had commenced. Madam Chair, my apologies. It sounds to me like history is repeating itself because we're sitting here staring at a bill that has not changed at all other than the schedules in the bill. Later on in the report, under challenges and comparing options, which is talking about comparing the options from the GNWT, versus the option that is the federal backstop. The report says, committee found it challenging to assess the salient differences between the 2 approaches. While Finance provided ample material regarding the GNWT's proposed approach, the key features of the federal backstop were more difficult to ascertain. We're still in that situation today. I literally said in my words in supporting the bill to move to second reading that I wanted to support it because I wanted to learn what the federal government had to offer. I'm no farther ahead, but I can't fault the cabinet minister for that here in this room. The federal government also has an obligation to be transparent with the Northwest Territories, and they have not done that, and they need to be held accountable for that and wear some of that themselves. So as I said here, Madam Chair, history has repeated itself, and the changes that this committee in the 18th Assembly wanted to see were outside of the scope of the bill. The changes that our committee wanted to see, which we proposed 5 recommendations, and the 2 that I think were the most important in order to be able to give a lot of people on this side of the House a little bit more comfort, I will say, was recommendation 3, which was revenue sharing, and recommendation 4, which is putting a lot of the revenue sharing information and reporting into law, into legislation. But again, that was out of scope of the bill and unable to be pushed forward because, and I think it's worth noting here for the public, as soon as a bill is tabled and nothing can be added to it that is not within scope, and I'm noting that I'm running out of time, so I want to move along, but I think that this is very important to say because I think that I'm very disappointed in the bill that was brought forward by Finance because it shows me that they did not go back to what was done already in the 18th Assembly. And the reports that are tabled in this House come from information from our stakeholders, from our residents that are given to our committees. They're not reports that we make up on our own time. They're actual words that are elevated in this House from the constituents that we all serve. And so to have a government turn around and table a bill that has blatantly ignored previous recommendations is incredibly frustrating. So what we have in front of us here today is a no-win situation, because we cannot change the scope of the bill by legislating by legislating the revenue sharing, and that is something that we absolutely want to see. So now where we are is we have Bill 60, which has a lot of things that I think are so important. It has regional cost of living offsets. So what that means is we were able to negotiate that places where the costs are more expensive, like for example Inuvialuktun, will receive a higher cost of living offset than somewhere like Yellowknife. And I think that that is so important, because it is, as we've heard from our colleagues here today, it is far more expensive for someone to live in Paulatuk or Inuvialuktun than it is to live in Yellowknife. That is so important. In addition, we have within Bill 60, or sorry, not within Bill 60, but through negotiations with the minister, been able to negotiate revenue sharing with community governments. This is also so important, because if there is no revenue sharing with community governments, you better believe that they're going to turn around, if they are a tax-based community, and pass that on to residents. If they're a non-tax-based community, they're going to turn around and they are going to take those dollars needed out of programs and services. That's a huge concern of mine from social development, because we have heard that the first thing to go is recreation programming. Without recreation programming, we run huge risks to our suicide prevention initiatives, and also what people are saying that they need to create and build healthy families and stable housing. Recreation was huge, and NWTAC said that is the first thing to go in non-tax-based communities. So I think that is very, very important, and it is definitely related to this. My other concern is that the other option, if we vote down Bill 60, we're left with a federal backstop. From what we know about federal backstops, it is either going to be a blanket cost of living, or they're going to turn around and send it right back to the GNWT. So we're no farther ahead. And Madam Chair, I have 30 seconds left, and I have many more pages that I wanted to be able to talk about today. But what I think I want to say is, wherever this debate ends today, this cannot be the end of this conversation, and a new bill needs to be drafted for the people of the Northwest Territories that needs to put revenue sharing into law, and that requires carbon tax revenues be shared with households, businesses, community governments, Indigenous governments, and NGOs, and that reporting on carbon tax needs to be done in a meaningful way, and that meaningful energy alternative advances need to be made in this territory. Thank you, and thank you for the extra 10 seconds.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to start with some, I think in hindsight, I believe both the Minister and committee would have done this differently, and I think there's some lessons to be learned here. It's unfortunate that, the Minister and probably quite a few of the staff and a lot of the MLAs weren't allowed around for the last carbon tax, but if you're ever introducing legislation on any topic, go look if there's an old committee report about it, because these committee reports make the same recommendations every single time, and there's stacks of them that go unresponded, and then the issue comes up and an assembly or two later and the same recommendations get made. And I thank MLA Cleveland for pointing out that the last committee made the same recommendations that this committee made. Madam Chair, I do want to thank the Minister for addressing the regional cost of living offset payment. That was a concern that we heard, that it wasn't fair to give a person in Yellowknife the same amount of money as a person in Inuktun, and they should be getting more. So I do think that's a good step. Secondly, I think there was a lesson to be learned in replying to all committee motions to be very careful about the responses. There's actually, I think, a bit of a disconnect in what I've heard the Minister say since and what was in the response to the committee motion. In the response to regulating some sort of revenue sharing that was tabled by the Minister, that it said is burdensome and overcomplicated, that doesn't allow the flexibility. And it seems to be this insistence by the Department of Finance that we're going to give back exactly revenue neutral, and we're going to track what the community governments get and make it exactly the same every year. And that's not how I view the commitment here of approximately 10%. I view this as a political compromise that we came to. There's about $12 million in the GNWT in net revenue here that we're using for all the programs and services that everyone in this House talks to about every single day. And we're going to give about 10% of our share, approximately $1.8 million, to community governments because they do just as important work. And ultimately, Madam Chair, I am supportive of the carbon tax as is because of that money for community governments. I fought hard to get that included, and I want the minister to go back and find a way to, if it can't be in legislation, put it in regulation. If it can't be in regulation, put it in a policy. We have community government funding policies. Peg it at 10%, and it has to increase annually with each of the carbon taxes. And there's clearly a lack of trust between us and the federal government and us and the cabinet. And it's kind of who do you trust more? And I do trust the cabinet more, but I take the minister's word that she's going to find a way to make sure that we continue to share revenue with our community governments out of the carbon tax, just as we are introducing one of the largest taxes in decades on our own citizens to fund our programs and services via the federal government's carbon tax. So they need their cut. And ultimately, when I look at the regional cost of living offset that we have negotiated, our Made in the North Large Emitter program, and the 10% net revenue sharing with community governments, those three reasons make me trust Cabinet just a little more than I trust that passing this all back to a federal government that I don't particularly like, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Is committee agreed that there are no further general comments? Can we proceed to a clause-by-clause review of the bill? Agreed? Okay. The committee has agreed to proceed to a clause-by-clause review of Bill 60, an act to amend the Petroleum Products and Carbon Tax Act. Committee, we will defer the bill number and title until after consideration of the clauses. I will call the clauses individually. Please turn to page 1 of the bill. Clause 1. Does committee agree? Clause 2. Does committee agree? Clause 3. Does committee agree? Clause 4. Does committee agree? The appendix of the bill, does committee agree? Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I move that appendix of Bill 60 be deleted and the following be substituted. Madam Chair, the motion has been distributed. Well, it's about being distributed. Shows an appendix with a schedule that is identical to that in the bill, except that the carbon tax rate for all types of fuel that aren't otherwise exempt is set at 0. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion? Or, what? Oh, wait. Is the motion being, where's the motion? He read it? He read it. Oh, okay. The motion is in order. To the motion. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I don't really have any notes because I'm totally exhausted. But I just, committee, at least our side, we've had lots of discussion and debate about this bill over the last number of months. And we had to kind of carefully consider where we wanted to register our objections and concern with the bill. And so, we thought about this a lot. And I think we saw part of that even earlier today here, where this side of the House didn't really want the bill called, period. Cabinet had to call this bill forward. So, at that point, we could have had a vote and tried to prevent discussion of the bill on our side. We didn't do that. We did go into committee of the whole. We just concluded the discussion, the opening remarks, and I want to commend everybody for, particularly this side of the House, and I guess the minister for commenting on the bill. We could have, this side of the House could have tried to shut down even the clause by clause discussion, debate, vote on the bill itself. We thought that probably wasn't a good place to end up either. So, one of the problems is if Bill 60 is voted down, the federal backstop will inevitably be brought into force. How soon and so on, I guess, is probably some point for discussion. And if Bill 60 was voted down, there still would be an existing NWT carbon tax because of the legislation that was passed in the 18th Assembly. So we could be in a position as early as Saturday, I guess somebody said April 1st, where there would still be an NWT carbon tax in place, and then the federal backstop might kick in as well. So, people could end up paying double carbon tax on their fuel. Now, the feds, they might say, well, gee, the GNWT, they kept their carbon tax in at this rate. We really only need to increase at this incremental rate. That could be an outcome, but we're not sure. So, we thought long and careful about how to try to deal with this situation in a more elegant way to try to deal with the NWT carbon tax that people would still have to pay without maybe bringing forward an emergency bill of some sort to repeal that legislation if Bill 60 was to be defeated. So that's what we really have before us here, is perhaps a more elegant solution in that what it proposes is to basically delete all the figures that are in the appendix, in the schedule, that set out increasing carbon tax rates over time as required by the federal government, and I actually support that. So why would a guy like me who supports a carbon tax actually want to zero this out? Well, I want to work with Cabinet, I want to work with the federal government to actually bring forward a legislated approach to rebates, credits, cost of living offsets, and a better plan than what Cabinet's brought forward. And I characterize that as a made by Cabinet approach. It's not a made in the North approach, and nobody should be fooled by that. So what this really does is zero out what's in the schedule before us and make it so that there would no longer be an NWT carbon tax. The federal government can still decide and will probably decide to implement the backstop. And I don't know, I think we need to find a way to work together to come up with a better approach. And I think this provides some breathing time, some space to do that, which we kind of squandered that opportunity, unfortunately, earlier. But that's what this is really about, is creating some time and space for us to develop a better approach, hopefully with the federal government and hopefully with this side of the House this time around. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. Oh, MLA, or member for Yellowknife North.
Madam Chair, I would request a recorded vote.
Thank you. Member, sorry, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I don't want to speak at length. I know it's been a long day for everyone, but just in light of the comments made, Madam Chair, I do think it appropriate if I just did address at least briefly some of what was said. I won't rehash the proposals in Bill 60 that are connected to Bill 60. Fundamentally, Madam Chair, I want my colleagues on the other side to know that I've heard them. And frankly, I'm sorry that we are where we are. I'm alive to the role of accountability of a minister, and I'm alive to the fact that folks are very frustrated with where we are. So I can't change the federal carbon tax. I can't go back in time to when we had our public hearing in the fall. That would have been the occasion to change the drafting of the bill. I am now stuck with the scope of the bill. That's why I can't put some of the proposed changes into this legislation. We're past that point, unfortunately. Did I underestimate, perhaps, the concerns that would be raised, that they would want to see them in legislation? Yes. Do I wish I had done that? Certainly not. I would like to be able to put the revenue sharing into legislation or even into the regulations, but I right now don't likely have that legal authority. Again, owing to our understanding of where we were at in the fall, and that really at the end of the day rests with me. So I do want members to know that I now hear that that's where they wanted that, and it's unfortunate that we are here now because I can't put it in. But I certainly want to continue to try to look for ways between now and May, June to see if something can be added, if something can be drafted, if there's some way that we can put it in a way that people are more comfortable in seeing the compromises that they have fought for seen reflected in the legislation. And that includes the regional system. That was an MLA suggestion, and it's a good one. They were right to take us away from the averaging and to move us into a situation of regionalization. It benefits the most vulnerable communities, and it allows us to say that the communities who are paying the most and facing the highest costs are likely to, in fact, see greater COLO repayments than what they are to see of increased costs. Also, and similarly, the revenue sharing with municipalities, again, I think members stated it quite frankly, the numeric approach of what are the increased costs to communities is not the way they wanted to approach revenue sharing. So not only did we change and say we'll do revenue sharing, we changed again and said, yep, we'll double what we were proposing to 10% of the net revenue. So these are changes that came from MLAs. They were proposed by MLAs. I can't put them in the legislation, as I've mentioned, and that timing and those issues could have been dealt with differently. There's really no way around that. So again, I want members to know that I'm hearing that. I'm hearing their frustration, and I'm regretful that we're at the point we're at, because I do, as I've said earlier today, think we have actually a very good functioning consensus system. I do actually think we have good opportunities to have discussions, and it is quite regretful, frankly, that a challenge in a situation not of the Northwest Territories making has led us to this level of divide. I find that tragic because it's actually not the way we normally do get along here. And so it is unfortunate to me that of all the issues, a federal tax is what is dividing us this way. Madam Chair, I do want to speak briefly to the comments that were made repeatedly about the committee's recommendations. And I, again, also appreciate the comments about looking back on past recommendations before drafting future legislation. Given where we're sitting here today, I would think a lot of ministers have heard that comment quite clearly. As for the recommendations on this piece of legislation, we had 120 days to respond. We opted to respond sooner because of where we were in the timing. So it was certainly not meant ever to be in any way dismissive of our committee's recommendation, but an effort to continue forward knowing where we already were in this process with April 1st looming. So I certainly wouldn't be the first time that something in writing wasn't conveyed with perhaps the same sensitivity as what it could be done otherwise. There's not been any lack of desire or effort to talk to the federal government, not only of this government, but of many governments. And yet, here we are. And here are every other jurisdiction in Canada. And the other recommendations, some of them, again, they actually were agreed to. And I'll just take an example as being the intermittent renewables cap. Madam Chair, we noted that a solution to that is needed. And I want to repeat that. We know it's needed. It's just not going to find its way in through the carbon tax bill. But you know, let's not stop having that conversation, because it can be had. It just doesn't necessarily get had at Bill 60. So, and with respect to federal, federal discussions, Madam Chair, I do still hope that we can keep control over how this tax is garnered and administered and rebated. And if we do, the next thing I think we should be doing is going to the federal government to say, what energy alternatives will you help us support? How will we get off of fossil fuels so that everyone pays less carbon tax in the Northwest Territories? And Madam Chair, that is a discussion that should be had in a consensus way. I know we are coming up against our own election year, but again, as I say, having been through this process here tonight and through the entirety of what carbon tax has turned into, if there's anything that I can commit to in the next few months is to try to make that process of going and saying what energy alternatives are there and what federal funds are there to achieve them, one that we can come to in a more consensus fashion. I certainly would want to do that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. Oh yeah. Okay, sorry. Go back to the mover for closing. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm going to try to choose my words carefully because I did hear some conciliatory words from the Minister of Finance, but I worked really, really hard to try to not end up where we did. And I'm really, really disappointed. You know, and with all due respect, this is not the way consensus government is supposed to work, and this is not the way that most of the work in this assembly has actually gotten done. So that in itself is actually quite tragic, that it's been this divisive. And I really want the minister and her department to think really carefully about what the lessons were from this and to really reach out and work with us moving forward. And I think I've heard the minister say she's prepared to do that. You know, the 120 days, I asked the minister to speed this up. Get us a response as soon as you can. And then when I saw that response, Madam Chair, as I said, I've seen a lot of responses in my 7 years. This is one of the most condescending, dismissive responses I've ever seen. That really hurts me. That hurts me a lot. Because that's not the way this is supposed to work. Okay, I think I've heard that the minister is willing to look at revenue sharing. I don't think you can do it in regulations because the bill as drafted, the legislation, the way it's put together, there is no provision for revenue sharing. If there's no provision for revenue sharing, you can't do it in regulations. So you're going to need to amend the bill. But when you reopen up that bill, I want you to work with us because we've got ideas. I tried to bring some of that forward before. Was rejected, but I want you to reach out and actually work with us this time. And that includes ideas about transparency, accountability, reporting, not just revenue sharing, but that is a big part of it. And I think we really need to try to find a way to treat all of our businesses, NGOs, and community governments fairer than what happened the first time around with this bill where you only talk to the large emitters. That's just not on. That's just not a way that our government should do business, period. So as much as you want to, I want you to work with us, you also need to work with the public and not just the large emitters. So I don't know, I don't want to say anything that's going to get me in trouble, Madam Chair, so I think I'm going to stop there. But I think I've heard the minister say some conciliatory words. That's good. But I really, really want her to work with us this time. And I want to get legislation passed before the end of this assembly. And if that means bringing forward a bill in May, June, she's got to do it. But you've got to work with us this time around. Not like what you did with this bill. Not like what happened in the 18th Assembly. And I blew the whistle on the train wreck. Wasn't heated. That's why we're here. So, okay, I've heard the conciliatory words from the minister. I'm prepared to work together to get this done before the end of this assembly. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor, please stand. This is for the motion to amend the to zero out the motion is to zero out, like with the amendments, to zero out the cost. So, thank you. So, all those in favor, please stand.
The member for Frame Lake.
All those opposed, please stand.
The member for Yellowknife North. The member for Montfouille. The member for Nahende. The member for Yellowknife South. The member for Sawtooth. The member for Range Lake. The member for Inuvik Boot Lake. The member for Yellowknife Centre. The member for Hay River North. The member for Hay River South. The member for Cam Lake.
All those abstaining, please stand.
The member for Tunaday-Welladay. The member for Great Slave. The member for Decho. The member for Thabacha.
The results of the recorded vote are 1 in favor, 11 opposed, 4 abstentions. The motion is defeated. All right, so to the appendix of the bill, does committee agree? Committee, to the bill as a whole, does committee agree that Bill 60, an act to amend the petroleum products and carbon tax, is now ready for third reading? Thank you, committee. The committee has agreed that Bill 60, an act to amend the Petroleum Products and Carbon Tax Act, is now ready for third reading. Does the committee agree that this concludes our consideration of Bill 60, an act to amend the Petroleum Products and Carbon Tax Act? Thank you, Minister, and thank you to your witnesses. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses. And members, we're just going to take a 5-minute break, and I need to have a drink. Committee, we have agreed to consider Bill 66, an act to amend the Property Assessment and Taxation Act. I will ask the Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here to present Bill 66, an act to amend the Property Assessment and Taxation Act. The purpose of Bill 66 is to address issues that can be resolved through administrative and operational amendments without changing the overall intent of the Act. Bill 66 clarifies and modernizes certain definitions. It also gives the Director of Assessment greater authority to, in respect of the first assessment orders, corrections to the role in carrying out supplementary assessments. Bill updates provisions related to municipal boards of revisions, the Territorial Board of Revisions and Assessment Appeal Tribunal to extend terms of appointments, adjust decision-making timelines, allow for sole adjudication in certain circumstances, and change the title of Secretary to Registrar. The bill also gives municipal employees the ability to purchase property at the public auction with the approval of Municipal Council. In addition to these amendments, this bill makes several housekeeping amendments to gender neutralize language and fix non-substantive grammatical errors in the Act. During the Standing Committee on Government Operations review of the bill, the Department Work Committee staff and the Department of Justice on 3 additional amendments to the bill. The Department is appreciative of the time committee took in reviewing the bill and proposing amendments. This concludes my opening remarks. I look forward to hearing comments from members and answering any questions members may have on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, would you like to bring witnesses into the chamber?
I do.
Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Minister, would you please introduce your witnesses?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On my left is Jennifer Young, Director of Corporate Affairs. Close to me on the right is Lori Fife, Director of Community Governance, and in the far right is Christine Duffy, Director of Legislative Division. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I will now turn to the Chair of the Standing Committee on Government Operation, the committee that reviewed the bill, for any opening remark or opening comments on Bill 66. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bill 66, an act to amend the Property Assessment and Taxation Act, received second reading on November 3rd, 2022, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Government Operations for review. The committee engaged with stakeholders and the public in its review of the bill. The committee held a public review on the bill on January 23rd, 2023, and received 2 written submissions. The committee was able to use that feedback to seek amendments that take transparency into consideration. The committee was pleased to work with the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs on these amendments. On February 13th, 2023, the Standing Committee completed its clause-by-clause review of the bill, where it passed a motion to report Bill 66 as amended to the Legislative Assembly is ready for consideration in Committee of the Whole. I would like to thank committee and the minister and the staff for their work on the review of Bill 66. Individual members may have additional comments or questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I will now open the floor to general comments on Bill 66. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. It kind of seems like a lifetime ago, but I actually served on City Council in Yellowknife in 1997 to 2006. And I remember being at probably more than one conventions of the Northwest Territories Association of Communities where motions were passed asking for changes to this piece of legislation. And so, you know, fast forward to what, I can't even do the math anymore, 20 years later, almost 20 years later, 25 years, whatever, and some of those changes are in this bill. And so I want to commend the department for getting around to those changes. And I think this minister has found a way to light fires within his department, not literally, even though he's got that responsibility as well, but figuratively. And so I want to commend him for getting some legislation out of MACA, which we just didn't seem to be able to do in the 18th Assembly. And, the minister sat on this side of the House, so he well knows some of the concerns and issues that were raised in the House about the lack of anything ever happening at MACA. So that's good, but when are we going to get round 2 on PATA? When is that going to come? It probably is not going to happen in the lifetime of this Assembly, but what can we do to get that set up and ready for the next Assembly so that they're not sitting around twiddling their thumbs and waiting for MACA to do a little more and hoping that they get a minister that's able to light the figurative fires. So where's phase 2 and what can we do to get that going in the lifetime of this Assembly? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. So it will be in the 20th Assembly. We've already started doing the work. We've gone through legal, so we've done that work. Once we've done that, we're going to take that information to the MTAs, and then we will also be sharing that information with the Indigenous government. So we are starting the work now, and by the time the 20th Assembly rolls in, we will have a good foundation moving forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I'm going to push this a little bit further. So can the minister commit to get a legislative proposal for phase 2 to the regular MLAs before the end of the life of this Assembly? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Yeah, thank you. Most likely we won't be able to. There's still a lot of work that we got to do before we get that point. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I don't want to prolong this. I guess I would urge the minister and the staff to try to find a way to get that done before the end of the Assembly. A legislative proposal doesn't have to be super detailed. Just tell us what you want to do in phase 2 and start talking to people now about it. So if you can do it before the end of the Assembly, please do it. Thanks, Madam Chair. That's all I got.
Thank you. Are there any further general comments? Oh, Minister, did you want to respond?
Yeah, so I'd just like to clarify why we're not positive we can get there. We have to find a lawyer that's an expert in this area. That's the challenge, is to find somebody to do that right now. So if we find somebody and we're able to do it, then we can get it going. But I'm being very realistic and honest with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further general comments? Seeing none, can we proceed to a clause-by-clause review of the bill? Thank you. Committee, we will defer the bill number and title until after consideration of the clauses. Please turn to page 1 of the bill. I will call the clauses in groups of 5. Clause 1 to 5. Does committee agree? Clause 6 to 10. Does committee agree? Clauses 11 to 15. Does committee agree? Clauses 16 to 20. Does committee agree? Clauses 21 to 25. Does committee agree? Clauses 26 to 28. Does committee agree? Committee, to the bill as a whole, does committee agree that Bill 66, an act to amend the Property Assessment and Taxation Act, is now ready for third reading? Thank you, committee. Does the committee agree that this concludes our consideration of Bill 66, an act to amend the Property Assessment and Taxation Act? Thank you, Minister, and thank you to your witnesses. Sergeant at Arms. Oh, Minister?
Yeah, I'd like to thank the staff and the Justice Department staff that helped us work on this. I'd like to thank committee for the work, and we were able to enhance the bill that we presented with their recommendations. So I'd like to thank everybody for hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And are you using the same witnesses, or are you swapping them out for the next?
We're switching two and bringing one in.
Escort the witnesses from the chamber. Committee, we've agreed to consider Bill 67, an act to amend the Fire Prevention Act. I will ask the Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here to present Bill 67, an act to amend the Fire Prevention Act. The proposed Bill of 67 is to improve regulatory functions by creating a more authorized plan review process that includes a formal avenue of appeal for a planning review's decision. The bill also includes an exclusion of a liability clause which protects statutory actors for actions or omissions done in good faith in the course of their duty. In addition to the substantial amendments, this bill makes several housekeeping amendments to general neutralized language and fix non-substantial grammatical errors in the Act. During the Standing Committee on Government Operations review of the bill, the Department worked with the committee staff and the Department of Justice on 3 additional amendments to the bill. The Department is appreciative of the time committee took in reviewing the bill and proposing amendments. The Department recognizes Bill 67 does not address the needs for building standard framework in the Northwest Territories, while the Department anticipates proceeding with the building standards legislation in the 20th Legislative Assembly. Further research and engagement with industry stakeholders and community governments will be needed as part of advancing that work. That includes my opening remarks, and I look forward to hearing comments from members and answering any questions the members may have on this bill. Thank you.
Minister, would you like to bring witnesses into the chamber?
Yes, I do, please.
Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Minister, would you please introduce your witnesses?
Sorry, Madam Chair. On my left is Jennifer Young, Director of Corporate Affairs. To my right, close to me, is Justin Haysbert, Director of Public Safety. On my far right is Ian Rennie, Drafter for the Department of Justice. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Welcome. I will now turn to the Chair of the Standing Committee on Government Operation, the committee that reviewed the bill, for any opening comments on Bill 67. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bill 67, an act to amend the Fire Prevention Act, received second reading on November 3rd, 2022, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Government Operations for review. Bill 67 proposes changes to the Fire Prevention Act, which has not been reviewed since it was first passed in 1988. The committee sought public feedback on this legislation. During its review, the committee heard that clarity and certainty was needed with respect to the timelines of the appeal board process. The committee also heard concerns regarding the composition of the board. At the clause-by-clause review of Bill 67 on February 13th, 2023, the committee was pleased to pass 3 motions to strengthen the bill that address concerns committee heard from stakeholders. I would like to thank committee for its work on the review of Bill 67. I would also like to thank the Minister and staff for their work on the Fire Prevention Act, and I look forward to comprehensive building standards legislation one day. Thank you, Madam Chair. Individual members may have additional comments.
Thank you. I will now open the floor to general comments on Bill 67. Are there any general comments? Seeing none, has committee agreed that there are no general comments? Can we proceed to a clause-by-clause review of the bill? Committee, we will defer the bill number and title until after consideration of the clauses. Please turn to page Bill 1 of the bill. I will call the clauses in groups of 5. Clause 1 to 5, does committee agree? Clause 6 to 10, does committee agree? Clause 11 to 15, does committee agree? Clause 16 to 20, does committee agree? Clause 21, does committee agree? Committee, to the bill as a whole, does the committee agree that Bill 67, an act to amend the Fire Prevention Act, is now ready for third reading? Thank you, committee. Does committee agree that this concludes our consideration of Bill 67, an act to amend the Fire Prevention Act? Thank you, Minister, and thank you to your witnesses. Sergeant-at-Arms, please escort the witnesses. Oh, sorry, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I'd like to thank committee for all their hard work and the staff for being able to enhance and making this bill that much more. And we will look forward to the building standards, as the chairperson said, in the next assembly. Thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant-at-Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. Committee, we've agreed to consider Bill 73, an act to amend the Legislative Assembly and Executive Council Act No. 4. I will ask the sponsor of the bill, the member for Tabacha, to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm pleased to speak to Bill 73, an act to amend the Legislative Assembly and Executive Council Act No. 4. This bill would adjust the indemnities and allowances listed in Parts 1, 2, and 3 of the Schedule C annually using the average change in the Consumer Price Index over the past 5 years. Currently, indemnities and allowances for members of the Legislative Assembly are adjusted each year on April 1st based on the CPI for the previous calendar year. If the status quo is maintained, MLA's indemnities and allowances will increase by 6.8% on April 1st of this year. However, if Bill 73 passes and a 5-year rolling average is used as the basis for the adjustment, that would reduce the adjustment from 6.8% to 3.02%. This method is used in Manitoba and smooths out temporary spikes in inflation like we are seeing now. That concludes my remarks on Bill 73. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member, would you like to bring witnesses into the chamber?
Yes.
Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witness into the chamber. Member, will you please introduce your witnesses?
On my left is Tim Mercer, Clerk of the Legislative Assembly. On my right is Christine Duffy, Legislative Division, Department of Justice.
Thank you. I will now open the floor to general comments on Bill 73. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I don't want to repeat some of the comments I made at second reading, but I just want to ask, this happened in the last Legislative Assembly where the new bunch of MLAs were kind of marched off a plank, metaphorically, and agreed to a 2-year freeze in their salary. And in doing that, it was only later that we found out that the freeze actually impacted the, and I'm not going to get all of this right, but I think it impacted the staff in the Legislative Assembly itself. So I want to just get a really good understanding of whether this proposal will in any way impact the remuneration for any of the employees, whether they're management or not, at the Legislative Assembly. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you. No, it will not.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake?
Okay. How come it did last time? Is it crafted differently this time? What's the difference here? And thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Sorry, Member?
Madam Chair, I will have the clerk explain.
Thank you. Mr. Mercer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The legislation in the 18th Assembly actually didn't affect remuneration for Legislative Assembly staff, management, or otherwise. The government of the Northwest Territories at the time, these two things were happening concurrently. The government of the Northwest Territories at the time had frozen the annual increments for senior management staff and excluded employees, and the vast majority of the employees in the Legislative Assembly are excluded employees. So when that action was taken, the Leg employees were affected, but that happened sort of distinctly from the legislation that was adopted, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake?
Yeah, no, okay, I appreciate that explanation. So it was really outside of the legislation itself. That was something that the Department of Finance of the day decided to do. So, okay, I accept that, and thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other general comments on Bill 73? Oh, yes. Member for Hay River North?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there's actually an independent commission to review members' compensation and benefits. It is required to be established under the Legislative Assembly and Executive Council Act. It's appointed with individuals who are independent, neutral, and knowledgeable according to the legislation. And that commission is supposed to review and make recommendations about members' compensation. That's because nobody wants politicians deciding what they get paid. This bill is to adjust the indemnities and allowances for members. So despite the fact that this act contains a requirement to have a commission to determine or to make recommendations that, hopefully we accept about indemnities, we are going ahead and adjusting them, proposing to adjust them on our own. I think that's concerning in of itself. So I just want to point that out so people are aware that, we are taking a strange approach. And I admit that these are strange times with inflation, what it is, but I'm not sure if, I just want the public to be aware that this is the situation. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other general comments on Bill 73? Does the committee agree that there are no further general comments? Can we proceed to a clause-by-clause review of the bill? Committee, we will defer the bill number and title until after consideration of the clauses. Please turn to page 1 of the bill. Clause 1. Does committee agree? Oh, member for, that's clause 2. Oh, okay. Sorry, clause 1, does committee agree? Clause 2, does committee agree? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that Clause 2 of Bill 73 be amended by adding the following after proposed subclause Clause 21, bracket 1, bracket 1.1. Notwithstanding subsection bracket 1, the amount set out in parts 1, 2, and 3 of Schedule C shall not be adjusted on April 1st, 2023. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The motion is in order. To the motion. Oh. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Basically, what this amendment does is to freeze the wages or freeze the indemnity for this year until 2024, and there would be no increase. And I guess the reason that I brought the amendment forward is that just not too many minutes ago, we talked about how hard it is for people to survive in the Northwest Territories because of wages and the cost of living. And we've got to walk the talk as well. And as a politician, when I decided to put my name forward, it wasn't about the money. It was about doing something for the people and being able to lead and being able to show them that why we are here, and that's to stand beside them during good times and during tough times. And right now, the times are tough. So I would like to see, again, I'd like to see the wages or the indemnities stay the same, remain the same. And if this amendment does get, if it gets voted down, what I would be doing, I guess, with any increase is probably what I would be doing is donating it back to or to the ski club in Hay River, the portion of the increase, because we talk about NGOs and how they're suffering. So I think that it would only be the wise move for me, and I would encourage other MLAs to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. To the motion, member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I guess I want to start by saying that I have the greatest respect for my colleague from Hay River South, and I do believe that he brings forward this motion with the, integrity and the greatest, intention of trying to show leadership and do the right thing. And I do commend him for doing that, and I appreciate all the work that he does for his constituents and so on. But I respectfully disagree. I think there are others that will use this as a reason to say, and I think it feeds into a narrative that, you know, politicians are paid too much, work too little, and are really expendable. And I think others believe that, honestly, and we probably all have constituents like that. So I don't want to feed into that narrative, quite frankly. I think we all work very hard here, and you know, I'm probably not the only MLA that is not doing this for the money, because if I wanted more money, I would have gone back to my old job. So, but I don't want to feed into that narrative, and we did this in the last assembly. I think it was the wrong thing to do as well, and in retrospect, I don't think I would have done it. And I think it's also a very delicate time for our government, you know, now that we're into negotiations with Union of Northern Workers. And I think that this bill in general and this amendment will be seen by some as interfering with the collective bargaining process. So for those reasons, Madam Chair, well, and my colleague across the aisle, the member for Hay River North, also said that, you know, it's a no-brainer, it's a no-winner for politicians whenever we decide to try to reopen discussion or debate around our own salary and remuneration, and I don't think we should be doing this, period. But and I'll be voting against whatever the outcome is, unless my next amendment passes. But in any event, yeah, I want to commend my colleague for bringing this forward, and I think I do respect what he does, all the work that he does for his constituents, but I think that this does play into others' narratives around politicians not being very useful or helpful, so I won't be supporting the motion. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion, Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also can't support this motion. I do also want to recognize, I understand the intent of the member. If I wasn't into the last government, I would have stood by this member from Hay River and agreed with him. However, I was in the last government, Madam Chair, and in the last government, people were struggling financially as well. We've heard all day today about how expensive it is in the Northwest Territories, and that hasn't changed in the last couple of years. It's been expensive here for a long time. It's getting more expensive, but it was expensive here. I know, I lived here a long time. Madam Chair, in the last government, we were trying to recognize the impact of, and our government doesn't have money. We're a small government. We also recognize that. We tried to address the cost of living and things by voting against any increase, and that did not go, the public did not appreciate that. It was misconstrued as bad intentions for negotiations. And now, Madam Chair, we're in the same exact position at the end of this government, where if we recognize that inflation is high, so I can't support the major increase, but we also recognize we're in negotiations, and I can't go back to making the mistake we made in the last government by saying zero. So, Madam Chair, I have to find a balance within that, so I won't be supporting this motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion, member for Hay River North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And earlier I said that you know, we have an independent commission to deal with our remuneration because nobody wants politicians deciding how much they're going to make. But as my own constituent, I see what inflation is these days, and even though this bill is not proposing that we have an increase according to inflation this year, I think that in solidarity with the people who are struggling financially, that I'm going to support this motion. And I will say I am supporting this as MLA. This is not a position of the government, so this is not like the last term, where I believe it was the government House Leader who brought forward the motion. This is a member who's bringing this forward because of I believe, because of these the outstanding times we're living in with inflation. So I will be supporting this. I expect it of my MLA, and I am my own MLA. And I suppose I have to donate my the increase as well if it goes through. So I'll be doing that too. Thank you.
Going to get money. To the motion, member for Montfouille.
Yes, Madam Chair, my comment has not changed from a couple weeks ago. I was born and raised here. We have seen and still continue to see the struggles our people are going through every day, especially in small communities. And I've said before that this is not about us. This is about the people we serve in our region. And as an MLA, we are a public servant, and we are here to serve, the public in the NWT. And that whatever the public is getting under the UNW collective agreement, that's what we should be getting as well. So for this, I stand with my colleague, Rocky Simpson, on this motion that I do not support it. Thank you.
Thank you. To the motion, member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I mean, I feel this is, again, just a really no-win type situation. The intention of this bill to begin with was to smooth out this bizarre CPI high, number that we're currently seeing that is sort of an artificial one and isn't expected to continue on like that. And now it somehow has evolved into some conversation about what we should be doing to sacrifice ourselves as MLAs to show solidarity to our constituents. And to me, that really sort of reeks of virtue signaling. We make $114,000 a year. Base salary. If I went to go work for the GNWT with the qualifications and the experiences that we have, and all of my colleagues have, we would make 50 grand at least a year more in the GNWT. A director in the GNWT makes $190,000 a year. I am a single person. When I look at other people that are making this comments about that they can go without this, they are all in dual income households. And I think that this is something that I have noticed time and again in this assembly and in the general, where we put income thresholds, where we put, cost of living offsets, all of that. It penalizes single people. And I'm not saying that we as an assembly in ourselves, we are distinct and unique and different than the general population, but are we going to sit here and talk about not penalizing seniors and elders and things, and then, when I look around and see that others have other sources of income coming in, some people still have businesses. And all we're asking for is the cost of living raise that we were already promised, that an independent commission agrees with, and we are saying that we will smooth out this weird CPI bump to not take advantage of it. So I think if anything, that actually shows, that piece of it is what's showing that we have knowledge and understanding and awareness of what the people of the territory are dealing with. I don't think by saying, we're going to, not take this increase, that we're really going to have that much impact. Like, I feel already, for the amount of time that I put in for $114K a year, I'm not making very much per hour. I work constantly, all the time. And I have to laugh when people say to me, oh, I'm sorry, I've called you outside of work hours. I'm like, I don't have work hours. I'll leave here tonight, and I will spend the next 2 hours after I get home talking to people online and hearing their concerns. So at the end of the day, people can call me what they want. They can call me greedy. They can call me anything. They could say I'm out for myself. I've read it all online, all the things about myself. However, at the end of the day, engineers are not, by their act, allowed to devalue their work by discounting the price of it. So by telling MLAs that we shouldn't be getting raises, we don't deserve these things, when we've been killing ourselves for 4 years during a pandemic, I think it's disingenuous and it's devaluing the work that MLAs do. And we will continue to get the quality of people that we have seen in the past if we don't value MLAs properly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member to the motion. Oh, I forget to go look over this way sometimes. Member for Nahende.
Thank you. I am speaking as the MLA from the Nahende here, and not the government of the Northwest Territories. So in the last assembly, my colleague from Frame Lake talked about what happened to us, where we said we'll do 2 years of zero and then move on from that. The message was wrong. It said that, the negotiations, we're going to go this way, and we shouldn't be sending that message. I also don't agree with the fact that if we do with the cost of living, which, my colleague from Hay River North says, there was an independent commission, they said that inflation, well, if we look at inflation, we're at 7 point whatever it is. That, in my books, could not be something that I could live with. But I thought that when we had this conversation and we looked at the various options available to us, to do the model that we are presenting here is a good balance between what was proposed and the minister or the member from Hay River South's motion. Again, I appreciate the member's comments and his ability to bring forth this. Again, though, I look at it, it's about the work we do. The member from Great Slave talks about, we work 24 hours every day. I get phone calls at 2, 4 o'clock in the morning. It's just the way life is. You know, we signed up for this. If we wanted more money, we'd go out and do another job. But that, I understood that when I became an MLA, I knew what my salary is going to be. I knew where I was going to do it, because we all do it for one reason and one reason only. It's the residents of the Northwest Territories. I can sit here and say every one of you have had those calls late at night and got out of bed and started working. And that there, I say this, we may not always agree, but the work that everybody does in this house, to me, speaks volumes. When I can see texts or emails saying, getting an email saying at 3 o'clock in the morning, saying, hey, you got to do something, or you send a text at 2 o'clock in the morning and a minister responds to you at 2:05. So people are working hard, and I think this is a good balance between what the independent commission decided and where we are. So I appreciate the members bringing forth the motion, but I will not be supporting this amendment. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. Oh, member who put forward the bill, I'll give you closing remarks. Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to, acknowledge the comments that I heard from the members, and I respect the comments. I respect the decisions that each make. We're all here, I think, to do the best we can for the residents of the Northwest Territories. And if we all thought the same, we probably wouldn't be doing a good job. So I'm glad that we have diverse views, and that's what makes it work. And for this vote, I'd like a recorded vote as well, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. To the motion. Question has been called. A recorded vote has been requested. So all those in favor of the motion Rocky's put forward to amend, please stand.
The member for Hay River South. The member for Yellowknife North. The member for Montfouille. The member for Hay River North.
All those opposed, please stand.
The member for Thabacha. The member for Cam Lake. The member for Frame Lake. The member for Great Slave. The member for Nahende. The member for Yellowknife South. The member for Sawtoo. The member for Range Lake. The member for Inuvik Boot Lake. The member for Yellowknife Centre. The member for Dead
All those abstaining, please stand.
The member for Tunaday-Welladay.
The results of the recorded vote are 4 in favor, 11 opposed, 1 abstention. Motion is defeated. Clause 2, does committee agree? Agree? Clause 3, does committee agree? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I move that Clause 3 of Bill 73 be amended by deleting on assent and substituting on September 4, 2023. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Should I? Members, we are going to take a break. Due to what we're discussing here is our salaries. We have to reset for the live streaming, and we want to make sure that we continue the broadcasting, so it has to take about 15 minutes to reset because it ends at a certain period. And we don't want to end up discussing this not broadcasting. So I'm going to take a break so that we have time to do this. I'll call Committee of the Whole back to order. Committee, we'll continue on with the motion. The motion is in order to the motion. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just love this place. Here we are at, what time is this? It's 9:30 talking about salaries for MLAs. I just got to love this place. Okay, but I think there's a problem with this where MLAs are talking about their own salaries, period, anytime. I just think it's a no-winner. So what this motion would actually do is, let me take a step back. I'm okay with going to a 5-year rolling average. I think it's probably will even out some of the bumps and so on. But I just don't think we should be doing it and applying it to ourselves. It should apply to the next assembly. And that's what the effect of this motion is that it would change the implementation date for the 5-year rolling average from, I guess, Thursday of this week when the commissioner would come in here and provide assent to the bills. It would change it from on Friday to September the 4th, so it would come into effect in the next assembly. And that's generally what we do when we consider our, remuneration or things like that. We don't want it to impact our own remuneration in any way. So and I think that's a principle. Look, and I recognize in doing this that MLAs will receive a 6.8% increase as of April 1st. We don't give that to ourselves. That's already in the legislation. So it's not like we're giving ourselves an increase. That's what the legislation already says. But I do think it's a problem when MLAs start to tinker and change their own salaries while they're sitting. And I think that's a no-no. And so that's why I brought this forward, Madam Chair. I don't think it's going to pass, but I guess I'm a pretty principled guy, and I'm going to bring it forward and make everybody stand, so I'm going to ask for a recorded vote. Thanks, Madam Chair.
To the motion. Question has been called. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor, please stand.
The member for Frame Lake. The member for Great Slave. The member for Deschaux.
All those opposed, please stand. Opposed, please stand.
The member for Yellowknife North. The member for Nahende. The member for Yellowknife South. The member for Yellowknife Centre. The member for Hay River North. The member for Hay River South. The member for Thabacha. The member for Cam Lake.
All those abstaining, please stand.
The member for Tunadé-Welladé. The member for Sahtu. The member for Range Lake. The member for Inuvik Boot Lake.
The results of the recorded vote are 3 in favor, 8 opposed, 4 abstentions. The motion is defeated. Clause 3. Does committee agree? Committee to the bill as a whole. Does committee agree that Bill 73, an act to amend the Legislative Assembly and Executive Council Act No. 4, is now ready for third reading? Thank you, committee. Does committee agree that this concludes our consideration of Bill 73, an act to amend the Legislative Assembly and Executive Council Act Number 4? Thank you, member, and thank you to your witnesses. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. Committee, we've agreed to consider. Committee, we've agreed to consider Bill 76, an act to amend the Electoral Boundaries Commission Act. I will ask the sponsor of the bill, the member for Tabacha, to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am pleased to appear today on Bill 76, an act to amend the Electoral Boundaries Commission Act. The amendments proposed in this act are in response to motion 70-19(2). Members passed that motion on November 3rd, 2023. Madam Chair, this bill amends the Electoral Boundaries Commissions Act to establish a commission within 2 years of the 2023 general election. Normally, a commission would not be required until after the 2027 general election. However, after this House rejected the recommendations from the most recent commission, it was decided to require a commission after the 2023 general election. The Act requires a commission to be set up every second assembly. If passed, commissions will now be created after the 2023 and 2031 general elections. Madam Chair, the legislation already required a commission to be created within the first 2 years of an assembly. The Act was left this way as part of the transition report. It will be recommended to the next assembly to create the commission earlier within the first 18 months. Bill 76 also expands the size of the commission. The commission has been 3 people, a current or retired judge and 2 public members. Members were concerned this did not provide enough room for a broader range of views on the commission. If passed, Bill 76 expands the members from 3 to 5 people. Bill 76 also changes who can serve as chairperson of the commission. The Act currently provides that a current or retired judge of the Supreme Court of the Northwest Territories chair the commission. Given limited judicial resources, this can be a challenge. Bill 76 allows for a current or sitting judge, but also allows for appointment of a person who is qualified to serve as a judge. This means a lawyer with more than 10 years' experience will be eligible to serve as chair. This ensures that the commission has legal knowledge at their disposal. This is important as the commission's recommendations could ultimately affect someone's constitutionally protected voting rights. Finally, in recognition of concerns raised by members and the public about riding names, Bill 76 adds geographic and place names to what the commission needs to consider when electoral boundaries and names of ridings. Finally, the bill makes minor amendments to modernize language used in the Act. This includes moving to gender-neutral language. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member, would you like to bring witnesses into the chamber? Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Oh, do we have? Member, would you please introduce your witnesses?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On my left is Glenn Rutland, our Deputy Clerk, and on my right is Christine Duffy, Legislative Counsel.
Welcome. I will now open the floor to general comments on Bill 76. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, one of the reasons that I decided to pause my want to change the name of the riding of Great Slave was the idea or the understanding that this would be included in this next go around with the Electoral Boundaries Commission, and you know, it was definitely something that they had touched upon in the last go, but not really given the importance that it was needed and really the consideration. So I'm really pleased to see that I don't know which section it is, 6 there, clause 6, that we will be looking to have that scope included with this work. I think it's super important for us to stop to decolonize places around the Northwest Territories, and that includes ourselves here in the Assembly. If I should be back to represent this riding in the 20th, I'd be happy to have it have a different name. And then always, I am grateful to see changes where we are no longer sticking to the binary language and moving to more inclusive. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further general comments on Bill 76? Does the committee agree that there are no further general comments? Can we proceed to a clause-by-clause review of the bill? Committee, we will defer the bill number and title until after consideration of the clauses. Please turn to page 1 of the bill. Clause 1, does committee agree? Clause 2, does committee agree? Clause 3, does committee agree? Clause 4, does committee agree? Clause 5, does committee agree? And clause 6, does committee agree? Committee, to the bill as a whole. Does committee agree that Bill 76, an act to amend the Electoral Boundaries Commission Act, is now ready for third reading? Thank you, committee. Does the committee agree that this concludes our consideration of Bill 76, an act to amend the Electoral Boundaries Commission Act? Thank you, member, and thank you to the witness, Sergeant at Arms. Please escort the witnesses from the chamber. What is the wish of committee?
Gee, I'm kind of forgetful, Madam Chair. Sorry, I'd like to ask the chair to, I move to ask, I move that the chair rise and report progress.
There's a motion on the floor to report progress. The motion is in order, non-debatable. All those in favour? All those opposed? Motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress.
May I please have the report of Committee of the Whole, member for Inuvialuktun Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been very busy. Has been considering table document 813-19 brackets 2, committee report 42-19 brackets 2, committee report 48-19 brackets 2, Bill 60, Bill 66, Bill 67, Bill 73, and Bill 76. And I would like to report progress with 11 motions carried, and that Committee Report 42-19-2 and Committee Report 48-19 brackets 2 are concluded, and that Bills 60, 66, 67, 73, and 76 are ready for third reading, and that consideration of table document 813-19 brackets 2 is concluded, and that the House concur in those estimates, and that appropriation bill be based on thereon to be introduced without delay. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with.
Thank you, member for Inuvialuktun Lakes. Finished early tonight. I was expecting midnight, but we have a seconder, member for Yellowknife South. All those in favour? All those opposed? Motion carried. Third reading of bills. Oh, sorry, just 1 second here. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Member for Yellowknife North.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Great Slave, that Bill 61, an act to amend the Ombudsman Act, be read for the third time. And Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. The members requesting a recorded vote. Order! All those in favour, please rise.
the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Trinidad-Wellade, the member for Montfouille, the member for Great Slave, the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Deschaux, the member for Hay River South, the member for Thabacha, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Nunakput.
All those opposed, please rise. All those abstaining, please rise.
The member for Nahende, the member for Yellowknife South, the member for Satu, the member for Range Lake, the member for Inuvik Boot Lake, the member for Yellowknife Centre, the member for Hay River North.
Vote 11 in favor, 0 opposed, 7 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 61 has had third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Minister responsible for education, culture, and employment.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Inuvik Boot Lake, that Bill 63, an act to amend the Official Languages Act, be read for the third time. And Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. The Minister has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor, please rise.
The member for Hay River North, the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Deschaux, the member for Hay River South, the member for Thabacha, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Nunakput, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Trinidad-Wellade, the member for Montfouille, the member for Great Slave, the member for Nahende, the member for Yellowknife South, the member for Satu, the member for Range Lake, the member for Inuvik Boot Lake, the member for Yellowknife Centre.
All those opposed, please rise. All those abstaining, please rise. The results of the recorded vote, 18 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 63 has had third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Minister responsible for finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Nahende, that Bill 86, Supplementary Appropriation Act, Infrastructure Expenditures, Number 3, 2022-2023, be read for a third time. Mr. Speaker, I would request a recorded vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. The Minister has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor, please rise.
The member for Yellowknife South, the member for Satu, the member for Range Lake, the member for Inuvik Boot Lake, the member for Yellowknife Centre, the member for Hay River North, the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Deschaux, the member for Hay River South, the member for Thabacha, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Nunakput, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Great Slave, the member for Nahende.
All those opposed, please rise.
The member for Frame Lake, the member for Trinidad-Wellade, the member for Montfouille.
All those abstaining, please rise. Order. The results of the recorded vote, 15 in favor, 3 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 86 has had third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Minister responsible for finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Yellowknife Centre, that Bill 87, Supplementary Appropriation Act, Operations Expenditures, Number 3, 2022-2023, be read for the third time. Mr. Speaker, I would request a recorded vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. The Minister has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor, please rise.
The member for Yellowknife South, the member for Satu, the member for Range Lake, the member for Inuvik Boot Lake, the member for Yellowknife Centre, the member for Hay River North, the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Decho, the member for Hay River South, the member for Thabacha, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Nunakput, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Tunadawaladay, the member for Montfouille, the member for Great Slave, the member for Nahende.
All those opposed, please rise. All those abstaining, please rise. The results of the recorded vote, 18 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 87 has had third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Minister responsible for finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Inuvik Boot Lake, that Bill 88, Supplementary Appropriation Act, Infrastructure Expenditures Number 1, 2023-2024 be read for the third time. Mr. Speaker, I would request a recorded vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? Oh, the Minister has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor, please rise.
The member for Yellowknife South, the member for Satu, the member for Range Lake, the member for Inuvik Boot Lake, the member for Yellowknife Centre, the member for Hay River North, the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Decho, the member for Hay River South, the member for Thabacha, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Nunakput, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Tunadawaladay, the member for Montfouille, the member for Great Slave, the member for Nahende.
All those opposed, please rise. All those abstaining, please rise. The results of the recorded vote, 18 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 88 has had third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Orders of the day for Wednesday, March 29th, 2023, 1:30 p.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, recognition of visitors in the gallery, acknowledgements, oral questions, written questions, returns to written questions, replies to commissioner's address, petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motion, motions, notices of motion for the first reading of bills. First reading of bills, bills 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, and 85-19-2. Second reading of bills, bills 64, 77, 78, and 79-19-2. Consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters, bills 22, 29, committee report 47-19-2, committee report 49-19-2, committee report 50-19-2, minister statement 264-19-2, table documents 681 and 694-19-2, report of committee of the whole, third reading of bills, bills 60, 66, 67, 73, and 76. Orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Wednesday, March 29th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. Enjoy the rest of your evening.